to attack Mumbai, suddenly the security agencies felt that, well, fishing was a threat to nation. Whereas we used to plead, I was Joint Secretary Fisheries that time, we used to plead to them, fishermen are the first people who are threatened by terrorist activities. It is not that we are threatened by fishing activities. But for the security of both fishermen, it was decided that every fisherman all across the country would be given a biometric identity card. Now the issue arose that each coastal state has its own Marine Fisheries Regulation Act. Now how do you give a uniform biometric card when all of them are governed under different sets of legislations? It was a very major initiative. All the coastal states were brought on one platform, and some kind of negotiation led to an agreement that all would have some uniform regulatory systems in terms of. So this biometric card was created. Now this biometric card had 64 KB chip only that time, only 64 KB chip. But we thought that for security agencies, all the data they required only 4 or 5 KBs. What to do with rest? So we integrated that into fishing licenses, into all other fishing regulations, into various subsidies and capital incentives which were being given to fishermen. So this was also one of the initiatives wherein you have digitalized your process to monitor a whole gamut of fisheries activities. I mentioned enough Pashu Aadhaar, which we call in common man's language. Pashu Aadhaar is another major thing happening. But as I mentioned, challenges. Dr. Nilesh will talk about those challenges. Poultry, I think Mr. Suresh Chitturi is the right person to talk about it. But poultry, 80% of the poultry, unlike the rest of the agriculture and livestock sector, has become vertically integrated in this country. And this vertical integration has happened only on account of harnessing the power of digitalization, wherein right from a small poultry farmer to the big 4 or 5 poultry joints are integrated, and there's a seamless exchange of information data with respect to the kind of breed which is to be introduced, the kind of feed which an animal consumes, the various health parameters, monitoring the health, not only in the real time, but also exchanging the information with respect to the health all across the value chain. Poultry is another thing which really happened. Moving from, in terms of livestock breed selection, moving from phenotypes to genotypes, NDDB has done great work in that along with ICAR. Now, shortly, those days are going to be bygones when while farmer selecting an animal just sees the physical parameters and it's basically just a visual assessment of the health of the animal or some kind of a physical inspection and decides this animal is healthy or not. We are going to move from that to a genetic selection by way of a genomic chip. Again, that is possible if you harness the immense possibilities and opportunities which digitalization offers. So I will stop here. These are because we have experts who know more about this subject, they would tell. Now, although there was some discipline being forced upon me as to how to conduct this session, but I thought we would like it to be a bit of a more informal and interactive, rather than presentations going on. And I call it many times death by PowerPoint, because there are so many PowerPoint presentations. For the last 2-3 years, I've stopped making a PowerPoint presentation, because I said everybody makes a PowerPoint presentation. So we'll have 3-4 presentations. The speakers on the dais, I'll request them to make a presentation between 20 to 30 minutes. And thereafter, we'll open it for discussion in the house for the next 10 minutes. Your questions, your suggestions, not necessarily queries and questions. You please add on to that, because most of you are practitioners. Well, I believe that I am the only person in this hall who's a hardcore theoretical person, who's not a practitioner. Most of you are practitioners, are doing very interesting work. So you please add on to the collective knowledge of the people in this hall, or any query, anything which you have, you may this thing. Let me just briefly introduce the eminent panelists we have. Mr. Ravi Shankar Shirur is from Stella Apps. He's essentially a tech guy. And his work, I have interacted with him virtually only. I was very impressed with the kind of work he's doing in terms of digital technology. He co-founded Stella Apps in the year 2011. And he has nearly 3 decades of experience in embedded technology, etc. So we're looking forward to your presentation, Ravi. Dr. Nilesh is essentially a veterinary scientist working in NDDB for a large number of years, and I would credit him with steering this, the most ambitious global program in terms of creating the animal database, which I mentioned is called INAF, Information Network of Animal Health and Productivity. Once this INAF is, once we manage to complete the database of all the milch animals in the country, look at the kind of transformation it can do to our dairy. We're still the biggest dairy in the world, but I'm many of you would pardon me because you must have heard it time and again from me. I call my dairies like the opening lines of Charles Dickens' famous novel, A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. So this is what our dairy is. We are the biggest in terms of absolute production. We are the smallest when it comes to per animal productivity. We are biggest in terms of quantity. We are very poor in terms of quality. So there are inherent contradictions. Now look at it, if we have this INAF database and we are able to trace our product and trace the health of each and every milch animal. Look at the transformation we can create in our dairy. Instead of X number of cattle giving us 210 odd million tons of milk, we would have probably half that number giving that milk and half that number generating the value. And now the economic returns to the farmer would be phenomenal. So probably dairy could then transform from being a hereditary profession, or because of, because of your being a slave to tradition that my families have been doing dairy, I'll do dairy. Dairy could be a choice of young men and women that this is an occupation which gives me money and which gives me social status, and which is very glamorous also, because this is how I have harnessed technology. Poultry, we have already reached some level, but again, the poultry might be very well organized, vertically integrated. The bane is, at the end of the day, it is a handful who control the entire value and supply chain. How could this power be equally shared between the person sitting at the top, also the person who's a small poultry farmer who's this thing? Again, this is what the database creates and what kind of information it can lay the hands on the farmers. Shrimp, is a remarkable success story in this country, but it is also a remarkable story of how we get very complacent, and when we are sitting on top, the fear of falling down rapidly is also there. Shrimp is another story. So I think Twisha will tell that story, because I have not ever interacted with Twisha before, but Divya Kumar Gulati was asking her a lot of probing questions with respect to technology in shrimp, and I was refraining from asking a question. I was just listening, and she used the word that she's very excited about what she's doing. I was truly fascinated by what you are doing. So I would like to hear from her how use of sensors and this technology is being used to monitor what the fish eats, what is its nutrition status, what is its growth status, and how could this data help in more effective management. And at the end of the day, you see, whatever we can talk in terms of technology, at the end of the day, it is how much does the farmer get? In very, very simple terms, that if he has harnessed digital technology, what has he spent and what has he earned? And not only him, every actor across the supply and value chain, what has he gained? So at the end of the day, it is business. You are into it, unless you are into it as a pure hobby. That means your pockets are full, your stomach is full, so now you can afford a hobby. But if you are in it as a vocation, as a profession, then you want it should be a vocation, profession which should give you good returns. These three eminent panelists are on the dais with us, and then we have Mr. Suresh Chitturi, who's a very leading name in the poultry sector in the country, a good friend and extremely bright person, who's much sought after in various international fora also to seek advice on various issues on poultry, and he's one person who's committed to sustainable poultry and harnessing the latest in the best of global technologies available. So we have these 4 speakers, 20 to 30 minutes each, and thereafter, after every speaker has spoken, we'll open it for the house to interact with them, ask questions, give suggestions, and once all the presentations are over, and then probably we'll again open it for further discussions, time permitting. So I'll stop here, ladies and gentlemen, but since I am the moderator, I reserve the right to
Thank you, Sridhar sir, for your encouraging words and a detailed introduction to the subject. Now I see the title of today's session is Digital Disruption. And when we see word disruption, in some context then it's negative, but in industry where a lot of revolution or evolution is going on, disruption is in positive terms. And of course, digital technology is disruptive technology. I've come across a survey. E&Y conducted some survey in, say, something in 2020 and then again in 2022. So they have asked various companies, specifically this was in chemical industry, but it is relevant to many of our sectors. They have asked, how do you perceive this digitization? So in 2020, like before 3 years, everybody was thinking it is evolutionary, that means it will help grow us, or revolutionary, but many were not agreeing that it's disruptive. But if you see survey again 3 years after, then many agree that it is changing. It is like disrupting what we were doing. Of course, it's for good, but it's changing, like changing very fast, and it's impacting our industries. So this is the importance of digitization, and any industry that has adopted digitization, they have grown very fast. We have witnessed that, and after COVID, a lot of industries investing heavily on digitization. What digitization can do? Biggest example is artificial intelligence. When we Google, we search one word and whatever is our interest is on our screen. So we wonder how they know what is there. So it's because they capture a lot of data. And they use artificial intelligence to predict that what you want. And that's how many fields like agriculture, transport, astronomy, or even commerce, market, everybody is using now AI. But I haven't seen much use of AI in dairy industry. And maybe what is the reason? Like we may come to know what is the reason. But yes, digital initiatives have started. These are some of the news items which I have gathered from net. Like there are platforms for AI service delivery, for animal management, for automatic milk collection, or some end-to-end digitization of dairy industry. This starts like, except the first one, everything starts once milk is produced and collected somewhere, but not at producer level, not much. So that's the problem. For once data is collected, what you can use for? Especially in dairy industry, what we think we can use, first of all, it will bring in transparency. We have seen like automatic milk collection units when they are installed at village level. Farmers are much more confident giving milk there because they know what is weight, what is quality, quantity, and everything. So transparency. Second is accountability. When we started implementing enough, it brought accountability, because now he cannot just put on numbers and give it as a progress report. He is accountable what he has done. Then traceability, because we have seen in dairy industry when like some countries ask for milk products, they ask for end-to-end traceability. And that's where we sometimes fail to export those products. And that can be achieved only when we have. And then there are other benefits, like we can compare breed to breed, animal to animal. We can have accurate estimates what's going on. Selection of animals, of course, I am geneticist, so I know best how much data is required for selecting animals. Then a lot of scientific inferences that how these interventions work, census, planning, improving services, because we know now how our banking sector has improved services using digitization. So similarly, we can improve services in animal sector also. Monitoring quality parameters, and finally implementing AI or machine learning. This all happens if you have data, if we have data. Data from individual animal level, and that is why it's not yet coming. Why? Because in our sector, majority of production is through smallholders. And if I am keeping 3 cows, I know how much this cow is producing, when it has fall sick, when it has to be bred. So I don't require software for that. Or I don't require to write anything. I know what is going on in my farm. So why should I digitize? Why should I write anything? And if he doesn't write, farmer doesn't write, how we will get information? And if we don't get information, those benefits of digital technology are not available to this particular industry. So this was felt need for us. Farmer is not interested, so somebody has to record. Now who else? If not farmer, then we put onus on service provider, who is going to farmer for giving some services. And that's how we devised information network. Information network on animal productivity and health. This is not like everybody, when we talk of enough, many farmers come, can I record my farm data? Which are big farmers, they come and ask. But this is not suitable for farm management. There are a lot of commercial softwares which are suitable for farm management. This is a network for service providers. So through which we collect information from millions of small farmers. This is based on unique ideas. Sir has told animal Aadhaar. This concept we started building since say 1992, 1993. That each animal need to be ear tagged with plastic ear tag and need to be given unique identification number. Because we understood as a implementer that identity of animal is important for many aspects. And that's how we devised that, and then that concept matured in Enough, and Enough is now a very big database for individual animal information. And then there are strong validations and checks, because in our sector, if you ask somebody to collect XYZ information, he can just put something on paper and hand it over to you. Unless you validate, unless you check quality, that data can be faked very easily in our sector. So we put a lot of validations and checks for collecting those data. And that's how Enough database is becoming a quality database now. And it's a bit difficult for service provider to fake. I am not saying it's totally impossible, but a bit difficult to fake data. And it is available now in Windows as well as Android platform. So I was talking about information system, and in that animal Aadhaar. So this is unique identification of animal. We devised 12-digit identity for each animal, which is unique across country. So whenever this animal moves, it moves along with it. That is placed as a plastic ear tag on animal. It can be encoded in RFID tag also and can be inserted in animal also. So this is just a number, like Aadhaar number you carry with you. You can remember also, you can put on any device and it can be used. So that's how it is used. And Enough for any entry, animal's identity based on this unique number is compulsory. And NDDB currently is centrally managing how to generate these numbers and give to various agencies. This is Enough interface. As we see, we capture almost every aspect of animal productivity. And till animal produces milk, we can capture everything, almost everything. So this is identification. First is registration, that is animal, how it's, what is its breeds and all those parameters. Then how it is bred, what are the health interventions of that animal, what nutritional interventions are done, so what is it being fed and whether it is sufficient or not, or those, then milk production records, and then various other things. So I'll just go some screens of this software. This is registration where we record pedigree of that animal, if it is available. We record breed, age, physiological status, whether it is in milk or not in milk, and so on. So if we digitize everything in the country, there is no need for separate census, because we go on updating, and then we have automatically up to date today's animal population in the country. So there is no need for census. So this is a dream which we try to achieve with this kind of intervention. Then we collect owner's detail, that means farmer's detail. So again, you will have automatic information, how many dairy farmer, how many animals they keep, and what productions they do, and all those information once you capture this information. Then we capture every breeding of that animal, be it artificial insemination, or now even we can capture natural services which are being given to animals. So we capture what is the bull used at that time, and then animal's identity is there. So you can similarly build up pedigree information and bull's performance or animal's performance, everything you can evaluate. In animals, if you do artificial insemination, there is a lot of chances of inbreeding, because you inseminate that cow and then again daughter is inseminated with same bull, then there is a problem. So this can help you avoid those inbreeding, the software, if it is used. Then pregnancy diagnosis and calving details. Once you have calf out of some insemination or out of some natural service, and if that is recorded, then if you apply ear tag to calf, you automatically build up pedigree records, and these pedigree records are very useful to evaluate genetic worth of animals. So this is useful in improvement of animals. Then we record milk production of each individual animals. Not all service providers do that, but we have specialized person who go to farmer and record milk production of individual animal. So then you do a lot of analysis on that, and then see whether particular intervention has worked or particular breed is producing how much milk, and then how you select animals and so on. Then apart from milk, you can capture milk quality in this software. So that is how, what is fat percentage, protein percentage, and so on. So all labs are integrated into this system. So all kind of integration in production system here. And then whatever treatment is given to individual animal, that can be captured by veterinarians. So now you have production, reproduction, health, nutrition, all aspects together for a particular animal. And then this helps in, these are vaccination information. Similarly, nutrition information, what you are feeding at the time of capturing, what is the cost, whether this feed is sufficient or insufficient, all those kind of transactions are being captured here. And then it generates advice for a farmer, how much feed he should feed. So based on least cost formulation, they can give you what is the feeding schedule for this animal. And then it can say whether you are saving money or you are overspending for this animal. So what is the progress till now? It has facilities. So till now we could capture more than, say, 28 crore animals in the system in terms of registration. Animals have been ear tagged and their details are captured. It's not that every animal is recorded for everything, but at least they are registered in the system. So we know in the country where, how many animals and what kind of animals, what is age group and all those. Then like something around 8 crore farmers information is there in the system. 11 crore inseminations has been entered into the system and so on. And database is daily growing. So we have very good growth in the data. So think of power of the system when you have this information and then every service provider is using this network. Then you can really make use of this, and then finally AI or machine learning or anything can help us in improving our productivities. As sir has told, We have largest population of bovine, we produce highest milk, but we produce very less per animal. So if this database is used properly, if it is built up properly, then we can improve productivities per animal. Not only productivities, we will be able to trace what disease has occurred, how disease has origined, and how we can control this disease. Suppose somewhere there is a report of treatment for FMD. Then I know what is the origin of FMD. I can do ring vaccination and buffer that zone. And that's how we can control disease. Rather, we can predict disease because we know in this particular season, this kind of animal, what is the percentage of vaccinations here. So I can predict that this area is very much vulnerable for this particular disease. So start vaccinating. And that's the power how data can be useful. With this data, we have started building other peripheral softwares. Here you can see. These are the peripheral softwares which access enough database and then build various services. So enough was initially like device, let us capture some services and let us capture some data. But now slowly dairy industry has started using this database, how to provide service or how to improve upon what is required. There are some parameters like in various projects, how much calving, different dystocia or some poolings or those kind of information we have generated. Like you can map this with geography. Like I have mapped this age at first calving of buffaloes in Mehsana district. So green patches are villages where you have less age at first calving, but red patches are villages where you have higher age at first calving. So our intervention should focus on those areas, how to improve this. So with GIS, with this data, you can really make quick decisions, improve things, and then work effortlessly. Like if I improve X parameter, what is the impact on Y parameter? So if I have age at first calving of 30 months, my milk yield is 3001 kg or 3000 kg per lactation. But if that is increased, that means if I have poor nutrition and animal is bred very late, then milk production drops 25%. So this is how you can see interplay of various factors, and then we can take accordingly some decisions. You can monitor trend, how production is going on. So since 2000 or somewhere we were recording in some population. So I can see that now population mean has shifted. That means we are making some progress. So you can predict those trends also. So these are some of the examples how we are using this enough database. But not everything is green. This software has constraints. Now since 28 crore animals are there, first of all our server capacities need to be increased. And now we are thinking how long we can go on increasing servers. So why don't we think something else? Similarly, this is a fixed platform. Like initially we build on some technology which is a fixed technology. Now technology is becoming more and more user convenient and more robust. So we need to change those technologies. So we need to change platforms. And as I have told, this was like designed as a service provider oriented software. So farmers are not directly like very convenient in using this. Of course, we are giving some reports like animal status report where farmer can say, see what is the interventions done on my animal and what are the due events. Or we have facility to broadcast SMSs. That means system automatically generates SMS and then say farmer, this animal is due for vaccination in such and such date. Or this animal was pregnant and is due for calving in such and such date. And that kind of information. Or maybe mass broadcast that vaccination has started in this area. Please get your animal vaccinated. And that kind of facilities are that, but still not very user friendly for farmer. So we wanted to make it more user friendly. And it has limited BI tools. Whatever graphs or whatever information I have generated is outside system. That means I have to take data, I have to analyze outside and then see what's going on. So we needed to build some BI tools in these business intelligence tools so that everybody, every manager or every person can see what's going on. So with this all, we come up along with Government of India, a National Digital Livestock Mission. This is aimed at integrating entire dairy production system. Like whoever is involved in production system in dairying, they should all be integrated. So this is the initiative, and Bharat Pashudan is application for field users in this, but it emphasizes entire dairy scenario. So we needed some end-to-end digital ecosphere. So this is the mission, and Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying and National Dairy Development, they have joined together to implement this. This is taken under guidance of PSA to Honorable PM. So it's being reviewed at highest level, and blueprint has been shared with many of the most of the stakeholders in the industry. Our aim was to create a database of livestock where, like, first was replicating enough, but in with some other platform. Second, mobile application and web interface to users, field users. Of course, there was an Android mobile application, but more user friendly, more robust. And then we want to introduce farmers application, where farmer can send request directly to service providers, and farmer can get information back directly from the information network. And of course, disease monitoring and all those aspects will be captured here. So this is the functionalities. There is a cloud-based database where every information will stay, and then all industrial partners can access that database based on access permissions and whatever agreements need to be done through some APIs or something. So information can be flowed to every user. Like somebody is devising a software and he needs information from a particular area. He can go to these NDLM authorities and say, I want to build this with this access controls. He can get information through API to his software. So this is the kind of arrangement. So if banking sector wants to control loan kind of things with ear tag of animal, then they can log into the system and verify things or something like that. Insurance people can use it, or many other service providers can use it. Service provider can use to pour in data and give their services based on this database. Farmer can access, and then all policy level people or scientists can use this database. So this is how it's being designed. Where various other functionalities apart from recording animal-wise transaction, like administration of these organizations within the application, ear tag management, because ear tag, now ear tagging 300 million animals, and then every year some 5 to 10% animal will have ear tag fall. So every time you go on ear tagging animals, so you need to manage that. And various labs like disease testing lab or embryo production labs or genomic labs or so on, they need to integrate it. So they are all integrated with this system. And stock management for service provider and all those aspects are there. There are knowledge centers for farmers, and then BI tools for decision makers and service providers and so on. So these are various aspects. These are some glimpses, like some user when he logs in, he will get alerts that what are the activities are pending and what actions he need to take. This is animal registration module. Similar to enough, similar information is captured, but now in different way. Similar insemination information and so on. So this is more user friendly, built on open source softwares, so open source platforms. So whenever platform changes, you can easily adopt. Cloud based, because now huge database, so we need to expand every year, and can communicate with other softwares through APIs. And there is a call center concept also. So slowly these AI service providers or veterinary services will become call center based services, like our Ola or Uber or something like that. So farmer can just log in his request and he will get service. So this kind of concept is slowly coming. Started implementing state-wise. So just beginning, last 2-3 months we have started rolling out after a robust pilot. And now new information is coming. Instead of enough, it is coming now in NDLM livestock database. By this month and November end, almost entire country will be covered. Only 3 states are remaining right now: Gujarat, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. The rest of the states we have implemented this system, and all organizations will contribute. But challenge is getting real data from each user. Unless organizations will think, yes, I need to digitize my entire services. Like many milk unions are providing AI services, but they don't like to use, because once we use, it's traceable, it's verifiable. So many organizations may not like to use, but if everybody thinks that we are building national database, then this will be a huge asset for our country. And everybody has to keep control on what kind of information is going on, because there is a word in our computing, GIGO, GIGO. If garbage is in, garbage will be out. So computers can work on what is fed to them. They will not think whether it is correct or not. So we need to make that. So thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello. So, my name is Srishti Banerjee. I am a BSc third year student of Adamas University, Kolkata. So, I've come to this, conference only for this. So, what I wanted to ask is that last year we were introducing the same concept in a competition about the Aadhaar card for animals, especially cows. So I would like to ask you some of the questions that they asked me, the judges from the competition, they asked me. So first of all, what are the biometric parameters that you are using for this Aadhaar?
Okay. Currently there is no biometry for animals, but we are integrating muzzle imprint as a biometric.
That is something that we were doing.
We are integrating here.
Sir, but one thing that we are seeing in muzzle or the fingerprint that we are using in human is that they asked me that whenever we are using the muzzle imprintation, what if the animals that we are sharing the muzzle, what if they are having an airborne disease? So what if it can be, spread from one animal to the other?
No, it's based on image. So you don't have to imprint muzzle somewhere. It's an image. So you capture from your mobile, and that image is used as biometric identity for animal.
That is what.
So you don't have to touch there.
Yeah, but what we came out, like what we researched and found out that IR imaging was much more better than normal, phone. So which one will be better, or the phone camera, or the
very
IR?
limited experience on IR, but phone-based images, even your most primitive phone images, has worked more than 90-95%. So once you have farmer identity, once you have this, you have information that this farmer or this area has this population of animals, then it becomes very easy to actually trace down.
And another thing that, another part of our, presentation in that competition was regarding the ear tags, why they are disadvantageous, is that from where I am coming, from West Bengal, so there is illegal, border crossing of animals from West Bengal to Bangladesh. So, sir, wouldn't it be easier for the ear tags to be tampered with?
Yeah, it is.
So that's why I think I means
But it is tempered like it cannot be replaced. Same ear tag cannot be applied to other animal once applied to this animal. It can be cut and removed.
Huh.
That means identity loss is there, but you cannot paste one's identity to other. So identity loss may be there.
sir, don't you think in the border areas we would much rather implement the muzzle system?
This both need to be combined. Both need to be combined. And that's how we are trying that each ear tag need to be linked with a particular muzzle imprint. Because think of a service provider. You are going as a veterinarian. You want to record animal's transaction on particular animal. How by seeing muzzle you can say this is this animal. So it has to be linked with some number and it has to be visual. Yeah.
That can be done using the QR code system. It can be done. So that's because the reason to it is whenever we are having the ear tags, you can see many times, myself I have seen, I am myself a breeder. I had been working with these type of systems with Ilri. Many times we have seen that the barcode gets tampered and it gets really in such a condition that you cannot read the barcode.
Yeah.
So under that condition, it's only where the muzzle works because the barcode is unreadable. Now, in that case, in case of the muzzle also, it's basically where if you're using the normal camera, you will have a problem because many times what happens is the image capturing, it depends on the distance. It depends on the light. So that is why the IR works. Not the normal one because, for the distance, if I don't do it, if the color, if the light is not functional, it does not work. So hence, IR system will be working under this type of conditions. Another problem which we are seeing with these type of interfaces is, as you said, it has been done in most of the states. In my state, it is yet to be, I am yet to come across. I'm yet to come across with 90% of the animals, no. They are not there. In Bengal.
In Bengal.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely I can say. They are not there. Also you can see when it comes to the feed. Now when it comes, you see, sir, like yesterday, she's my daughter. We had come here just to see it. So when we were visiting, some of the shops where the dog feeds are there, they are very specific for breed purpose.
Okay.
You go pug breed, golden retriever, Labrador. Each breed has its own feed requirement. We cannot generalize it.
Yeah.
That is where again the thing comes. How you will make it.
That's where if you don't collect information breed wise, you won't be able to know which feed is required for which kind of
And
animal.
when the feed is available, what type of feed is available. For example, in our case, it is there. We can see, use a feed, your straw-based resources. Still now, we don't have green feed. We don't have green feed. Almost 95% of the animals in Bengal, they don't have green feed. They are basically on straw-based. There, if you are keeping a high-producing animal, it's basically torture to the animal.
So it depends what kind of
Yes.
car you want to drive and
Yes.
what kind of petrol you want to
Yes,
put in.
Yes.
So you need to take decision.
You see, just to add, INAF is not a solution to the breed or feed, etc. INAF is a tool to give you reliable, authentic information, data which is high in integrity, which has been validated for you to take those decisions. This is only a tool in your hand to enable you, to empower you to take the decisions.
Sir, one question more. That is, you are talking about the livestock, but what about the smaller ruminants like sheep and goat? Are we not going to do that for them also?
So right now this digital livestock application will have interface for small ruminants also. We are developing phase wise. So it will have.
Myself, Rajaratnam, I work for the UNDP project dealing with the farmers who are earning less than $1 per day. That is our basic statutory requirements. Sir, your topic is very excellent. It is very useful even for the small farmers. But how do you have status like, connection with that state governments? Because mostly the animal husbandry is a state government subject. So we are finding difficulty with the state government to do also. Is there any sort of understanding with the state government, particularly in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, like center has now mandated every state to put data in this system, and whatever progress for centrally funded projects is taken from this system. So now states are obliged to put in information. Of course, there will be challenges of quality and all, but it's a transition phase for this industry.
I have one question to Nilesh.
Yeah.
I also worked with Enough. My name is Lester from Mysore. I worked with NEDB from 2008, and I implemented Enough. I even tagged animals. What we have seen now, the data is benefiting only the service providers or the planners. But from 2008, we had an idea how farmers can get SMS alerts to predict heat or the vaccination dates. I know Nilesh has already mentioned this in his presentation, but when do you think that majority of our farmers can benefit? And right now, how many are really getting these kind of alerts?
See, as far as tool is concerned, tool is ready. Tool is ready, but as I told, GIGO. So that word need to be taken care by each and every service provider. Onus is now on service providers how to use this tool. And of course, lot of incentives, lot of efforts are going in that direction also. So slowly, sector will adopt. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Puneet Pokhriyal. I represent a company called DSM Firmenich. So I have two questions. One, before I start, I would like to appreciate the kind of work which has been done, because not only a census, it's about getting the vaccinations, the artificial insemination, which is data always on the move. Like much easier to do a human census than this kind of data getting generated. Yeah, so much appreciated for this. My first question is, according to you, how much the data is, let's say, reliable or accurate? Because when you look at the data, you have mapped 28 crore animals, and we say we have about 30 crore and all. And when you map and you say there are 8 crore plus farmers, so 3 to 4 animals per farmer is also there. But when you look at the number of offsprings, it's probably not matching that much. If you're looking at number of artificial inseminations, it is also probably, I don't know.
So like
How much reliable, according to you, because you have, been with this project for such a long time, and you know the ins and outs, and you know what has gone through that.
I'll comment in such a way that since 2008 we have been starting Enough and doing this. So yes, registrations are more, but then when you want like today what is the population, then it's difficult because everybody is entering registration. Many are not entering whether this animal was alive or not, died or not, sold or not. That kind of information is required, because then only data will keep updated. Second is, yes, there will be issues of not applying ear tag and putting that in Enough. So I would say still 60 to 70% data is okay. That's my just perception. I will not go on recording it officially that this is what it is. But yes, and see, in any industry, unless you utilize your information, it's very difficult to get quality. Once you start utilizing, you will understand that quality data is required. And that's how.
Okay,
that's what
I think we'll
always-
take just one more question and then we'll leave it to the end. We'll come back again. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm very useful technology you're adapting for the betterment of the society. I'm Professor Suresh Subramaniam from Veterinary University, Chennai. We have farms there. We have tried with RFID, that is chips. Why it is not possible? That will give a more reliable and we cannot meddle or you can do anything.
Yeah.
Is it costly or it is not?
Two considerations.
Sir.
Not only cost. Cost is one consideration because 300 million animals ear tagging
Yes, sir.
is costly affair.
Okay.
Second is visibility, because once you apply chip or something, service provider need to see exact animal number, and then he need to have reader. So
Reader,
think of in a village,
Okay.
one AI technician need reader, one milk recorder need reader, one person who is giving services for like ration balancing, he need reader, a person veterinarian who is on move, he need reader. So
So we
a
can
kind of-
combine the tag and this, that
Yeah.
number itself we can put. Otherwise for, this recorder, we have to go with the machine.
Yeah.
But the value what you get is very valuable,
course.
no? We can
Of
make
course.
it money. You are combining the
maybe once
NIC.
we are all comfortable with kind of investment industry requires in data generation and accurate data generation, then we will move towards that.
But it will become cheaper, no, if you produce in large quantities. You are combining this with NIC or it's independently done, this project?
This project has inputs from all kind
All
of.
the- So that it can be integrated.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That
Thank
was
you,
very
thank you,
useful. I just add one or two things, Dr. Nilesh. One is, you see, your last slide you mentioned way forward that NDLM is replacing the NF, and only 80,000 have been registered here in NDLM, whereas 28 crores is the figure there. Don't answer it just now. Maybe we can take it in the end. Just an observation. Why can't we just seamlessly integrate the data already collected and transpose it there? And thirdly, for the information of everyone, like we all know about the 10-year human census which takes place, and one which was to take place in 2021 is yet to commence. There's a livestock census which takes place every 5 years. In fact, I had written an article also in one of the Hindi newspapers. This time there was a great announcement with fanfare that the census would be conducted on a digital platform. Do you know that last livestock census was conducted digitally? And it collected information about each and every animal on 74 or 75 parameters. And there was a very interesting algorithm also wherein you could actually utilize that. Have you integrated that livestock census data also into this entire system? Because that has also generated some very, very useful data. And it was very interesting. I used to sit in my office on my computer as secretary of the department, and there used to be a ticker. Now figures keep moving. These many animals, now these many animals, these many farmers, this is the age group of animals, and these animals in milch, these animals not in milch, these are stray, these are dogs, etc. In fact, I think cows also, maybe we capture 40 breeds or so of various cows, buffaloes. So there's no mention of that. Maybe in the end you can explain whether that data has also been integrated into it. Yeah, please.
There was only lacking part was ear tag, and that's how we cannot integrate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to Dr. English. Okay, we had planned to have Suresh Chitturi's presentation on video, but I think we'll take that in the end and not to make others wait. So I think, Ravi, over to you now. Sure. Yeah.
Good morning. I come from a different world altogether. As Tarunji mentioned, I am an engineer, I am a digital engineer, I am a telecom engineer. Out of 30 years of my work experience, 20 years I spent in telecom, digitization, digitalization, and lot of our work went to US, Australia, England, various other places. When we started Stellapps about 11 years back, our idea was to how do we apply the work we are doing, right? I used to work for Wipro. How do we, work, whatever we are doing, how do we make it work in front of our eyes? Whatever we do, gets working, gets in some telecom switch in Europe or North America. How do we make it work in front of our eyes was what we were thinking of. At that time, in the telecom and digital world, the buzzword was something called as M2M, cloud, IoT. These were the buzzwords. So we wanted to apply this to something in the Indian economy. We didn't know too much about dairy, agriculture. I probably visited US more than some interior village of Tamil Nadu, right? So at that time, one of our colleagues, uncle wanted to start a farm in, in Tiptur. Many of you know Karnataka, might know Tiptur is a coconut belt, and he wanted to start a 25 cow farm. And he said, hey guys, can you help me in monitoring our farm? I live in Bangalore. I don't have much time to visit, but I want the person who looks after the farm to follow these protocols. He has to milk at this time. I'll get him a milking machine and all that. He has to milk at this time. He has to clean the system with hot water. He has to make sure that the DG is turned out at the right time. They put a small BMC at the farm also. The BMC should be turned on at this time. BMC should be chilling the milk to 4 degrees centigrade. Can you help me in monitoring the farm? We were doing a startup, and for a startup, paying customer is like God, right? I mean, so as Tarunji mentioned, digitization, these are all tools for engineers. You can apply it anywhere, right? In any area you can apply. So we said, okay, we'll apply in a farm for a month or so, and later we'll do big things in life is what we thought. And so we went to this farm, we spent time on the farm, and that's when we started understanding how big dairy industry is. Right? We didn't know, all we knew was, okay, milk packet comes to our house in the morning, and when we want to buy curds, I go to a store and buy. That's it. When we were young, probably used to take the Nandini booth coupons and, put the token, and if there is milk, we used to get milk. Otherwise, we used to come back and tell mom saying milk is over, right? So that time, those were the times where milk was not available. So that's all we knew about. Now, then slowly dairy industry opened up in front of our eyes. Right. So as dairy industry opened up in our eyes, we came to know the work that has been done by the great individuals, institutions like Dr. Kurian, NDDB, Amul, supported by, of course, Animal Husbandry Department. How much work has been done, wherein India has now already become #1 in terms of milk production in terms of quantity, whereas as I understand, when we got independence, there was we were nowhere near top. I don't think we are even top 30. You all know better. Dr. Wali is sitting here, Ratnamji. You all know better. But quantity problem had always been solved, right? By the time we came. But what we saw was, what was not solved is the quality problem, and farmers' revenue problem, and farmers' profitability problem. These were not yet solved. I mean, why should farmer keep the cow? Okay, it's because daily some milk is coming, and he takes that milk, put that milk to collection center, and once in 10 days, 15 days, or whatever, he gets some money. So it's literally a cash cow. So that's why they're keeping it. I mean, if they really calculate, it's not actually making them profit. Quality, maybe in some parts of India it was already a good solved problem. Maybe Gujarat, Amul has done fantastic work, NDDB has done some good work in many states. But if I go to, let's say, Orissa, or let's say Dharwad, or if I go to UP, some places Dr. Ratnam mentioned, are those problems solved? They were not solved at all. Right. So we felt, okay, if it is such a big industry, maybe this is the place we should work in, and we were incubated by IIT Madras. IIT Madras also encouraged us, saying, yeah, I think you should get more deeper into dairy industry. And that's how we started looking at how do we use our tool, which is digitization, data, how do we leverage that in this industry? Right? That's how we started into this industry. We slowly went to KMF, we approached Kolar Milk Union, we approached, Mr. Murugapanji introduced us to Hatson. Different people said, they welcomed us with open arms, saying, yes, you should try, digitalization. Then we came to know there is a collection center, there is a BMC. I mean, we are not aware of these things, right? So then slowly people said, why don't you, start helping me with this. When we started so Komal said, why do I need cloud? Why do I need monitor a BMC? BMC automatically turns off at 4 degrees centigrade. Why should I even monitor it? I mean, these are the conceptions, right? So then we started slowly putting sensors and This data hooks into the network. Data automatically doesn't come to cloud, right? Nilesh ji knows, all of you know, for data to come to cloud, you have to put hooks in the real world out there. These can be sensors, these can be actuators, these can be apps, different ways you can get the data into the cloud. Once you get data into the cloud, the magic that can be done, it can be called as artificial intelligence, super intelligence, whatever you want, you can call it. You can make process more and more dependent on data. And you can do wonders on it. So the challenges are, how do I put sensors and hooks in the network, in the real life out there? And once I get the data, what do I do with the data? How do I use it? How do I know that, I'm not getting garbage, for example, right? How do I incentivize the people in the network to give me the real data? I mean, if I pay them to give data, they may, if they're honest, maybe they'll give you data, otherwise they may sit at their home and enter some data, hundreds of, the data should be built into the process. Then only it becomes real data, right? If I am taking the milk sample, measuring fat as enough, based on fat as enough I'm paying the farmer, that is a fairly reliable data, because people do that on otherwise farmer will start fighting with you. If you put too much, then you lose money. So the system is a self-balancing system out there. How do I make everything in the network a self-balancing system? These are all very interesting questions that we started answering in the dairy industry digitalization journey. We come from the private industry side. We also looked at, okay, how do I monetize each of these aspects of digitalization that we could do. So let me get started with the next slide, please. Next slide. This is the slide key, is it? Okay, thank you. So as you know, I don't have to repeat, dairy industry has abundant amount of data, right? It passes something called as toothbrush test every day twice, right? I mean, morning, evening, you have to milk the cow, you have to take the milk to the collection center, you have to chill it, you have to transport it, it happens twice every day, unlike any other industry in the world. Twice a day it happens, right? So Google's CEO picks up a business case only if it passes the toothbrush test. Right? I see that farmer every day twice. In the morning he comes, evening he comes. I mean, so data gets generated with so much abundancy. I won't repeat this part. Dr. Nilesh already talked about it. How much amount of data gets generated on the farm side, right? I mean, milk yield, milk quantity, vaccination, deworming, breeding, feeding, management, genetics, feed, supplements, hundreds of things get generated. Of course, there's a challenge of identification, authentication, authorization. There are various other aspects of it, right? I mean, as you were discussing, I was listening to it. These all when they get mixed up, right? Confusion starts. Okay, how do I identify versus how do I authorize versus how do I register versus, these are all slightly different questions. But there are ways to answer these things. How do I use IR? How do I use, facial recognition? Am I doing local search, global search? There are so many other things that if we apply, there's nothing new in this, right? I mean, when fingerprint just started, they're also the same thing. It went through, it's not like one day suddenly fingerprint started working fantastically. So there's abundant amount of data that gets generated here. And then at the collection center, all of you know collection center, I don't have to explain, I learned from you all. Farmers again come there every day, they pour milk, how much milk, what fat, what SNF, if you measure MBRT, if you measure volume, how much is the farmer, maybe farmer will purchase something, he may purchase cattle feed, he may purchase something, vaccination might be done by one of the service providers that one of the, maybe the unions or somebody is doing. Farmers' attendance, are the farmers regular, or does the farmer give to koa maker once in a while, or so farmers' attendance, farmers' income expense, various amount of data that gets collected at the collection center. And the good thing is, there's already a hook in the system there, right? I mean, people have been putting milk analyzers, people have been putting AMCUs, PCMCUs, DPUs, hundreds of things at the collection center already for a particular part of the business. All you have to do is get the data to cloud and link it with this data, right? I mean, you have to link the data. And then comes the chilling center. As the milk moves next to the chilling center, in chilling center you do lot more quality tests. You are able to put more costly testing equipments. You can measure the temperature, CIP information, vehicle movement, what time the vehicle came, what time the collection vehicle came, what time the milk was lifted. After lifting, was it hot water CIP, cold water CIP? There are hundreds of things that could track there. And then comes the processing plant, right? And after processing plant, of course, after the processing, distribution and all those things. So all this data, there is a whole bunch of data generated by dairy industry on a daily basis. Now, to get the data, as I mentioned, you need hooks in the real world out there. Hooks, as I already mentioned, can be sensors, can be apps, can be actuators, all these things enabled by network connectivity. And India is in the right place today. When we started 12 years back, the basic questions were there: will I get power supply in a village? Will there be a 2G coverage? Today, almost 99% of the villages have a 4G coverage. I don't have to worry about it. I can put a solar panel. We can get data from the real world into the cloud. So once data comes to the cloud, you can do a lot of analytics on top of it. I mean, this is what Stellapse has been doing. I mean, we are, as I mentioned, we come from the startup world. We have built our own platform. We have been working in all these areas in different parts of time. We have taken guidance from NDDB as well. We have taken guidance from KMF, Savins of the world, and we have Hatsons of the world, and we have built out the cloud information to get the data to cloud. How do I make sure the data is fairly clean data? How can I correlate the data? And how do I make more sense out of the data? That's what we have done. We have, in fact, 3 patents granted as well in how to get the data from the various systems in the dairy infrastructure and make sense out of it. I will not get into more details of that. Let me focus on the data and the usage of the data. So this is our equivalent of sort of it's called as move on. This can be leveraged by the service providers. Of course, we don't have the reach that NDDB has. Wherever possible, our customers have started using MoveOn for their extension services, for whenever they treat the cattle, when the cattle birth is registered, or let's say dehorning is done, deworming is done, various other aspects. Whenever they are done, the data is registered on the app. We have in local languages as well. The cattle data is registered, and the cattle data is continuously updated. And the way we try to make sure the data is clean is by making it a part of the dairy's process, right? So I'll come to that in a little bit. So where farmers can afford it, you could put a sensor on the cattle's leg. You could try to take the step count of the cow. I mean, maybe a 2-3 cow farmer might not be able to afford it, but Amul came out with a tender last year for tracking cattle, step counts or movement, whether it's neck based, leg based. I mean, those are all different questions, but you are able to track how many steps each cow is taking. Is that cow moving? Is it having lethargy? Is it sitting more? Is it standing more? Which all of you know, maybe it has not eaten enough, therefore it is standing. When it eats enough, it can sit and ruminate, right? So those can be afforded by some farmers. We talked about muzzle printing. Muzzle printing could be leveraged to identify the cattle, whether it's a local scope or a global scope. Various things are different. If I'm in a farm, identifying which cow it is out of the 12 that farmer already owns is different versus identifying, is this the same cow in Jharkhand? In Jharkhand, let's say there is a scheme called Pashu Vitaran scheme, right? I mean, is the same cow being registered for the loan or subsidy? That's a different search, right? If I'm searching my fingerprint in my office for attendance versus searching a fingerprint for finding a let's say a person in all over India, it's a different ball game altogether. So how do you leverage, muzzle print and various other things in combination with others? Maybe muzzle print alone is getting you 99%, but is 99% sufficient when you have 28 lakh crore cows? So then you might have to combine it with a few other data to make it more accurate to suit your application. A milk collection center, I already talked about it, I don't have to talk more. Each milk collection center farmer comes twice, and using there's so much parameters that I already talked about in terms of fat, SNF, volume, farmers attendance, how many farmers came, which day, how is the volume trending, how is the rate trending, am I able to catch any adulteration or various other things I could collect at the collection center, and of course this payments and various other aspects come from the collection center. Then comes the chilling center. In the chilling center, I mentioned already, are you using DG, how much diesel is being consumed, are you using electricity, what is the temperature of the milk, how much volume came to this BMC today, at what time the vehicle came, how much time it stood in the sun because I didn't have enough helpers to download the cans and take it into the BMC, how much MBRT I lost in the sun when the vehicle was sitting, what is the temperature of the BMC, hot water CIP, cold water CIP. There are so many information that you can collect at the collection BMC centers and chilling centers. So that's how the data is a supply chain, right? So as Dr. Nilesh said, he showed the data at one part of the supply chain, but the data is generated at the entire part of the supply chain, and this supply chain can be used for generating a very important concept today. One of the very important concept which is called as traceability in milk, right? I mean, if I'm able to tell a customer saying, hey, this is fresh milk, or this is this meets this criteria, how do I prove it to the customer, whether it could be a local customer or it could be international customer? How do I prove it to the customer with traceability, right? If I'm able to get the data from the entire supply chain using sensors, fresh data, real data, then I can do dynamic traceability. I mean, so far many products you might have seen QR code, you scan them, it will take to a web page. The web page will tell, oh, this is such a great product because this is made from this company, or this is made from cows which have been eating grass from this area, or things like that. That is static traceability. I mean, how do you get dynamic traceability? And that to something as complex as milk, where everything gets mixed up, right? I mean, it's not like a potato or a tomato, where tomato is still a tomato. I mean, I can tell this, it's a unit that came from this farm. Whereas milk product, how do I tell that the product came from a combination of these things, right? So dynamic traceability can be enabled with the sensors and the data hooks that I talked about in the system, right? So if I know that, okay, this silo's milk was used for today for this processing, and this silo milk processed, today was made into this batch number and it produced these many packets, I can say that, okay, that silo today came from these many tankers stopped at these many BMCs today, and these many BMCs had milk lifted from these many collection centers, and these many farmers pour today, and for these many farmers, these many cattle were vaccinated, and these many actually were productive, these many pregnant. I'm able to tell to that level. So the dynamic traceability can be built into this supply chain as well. So this in turn becomes to the customer who is buying a product like this. If they scan, you as a, if let's say any of the dairies or any of the producers want to give that traceability, the amount of traceability they can be giving is up to their imagination. Their marketing team can come up with any sort of idea, and it can be provided. You can go up to the farmer level. Today, Sitamma, your milk, your packet of ghee was contributed towards by these many 1,507 farmers. Sitamma was one of them. You could get all those data, at the scan of a QR code, and this is fairly authentic, clean data. the other aspects of data, you might have read in newspapers that RBI Innovation House has come up with how can they read farmers' data to assess credit worthiness of the farmers, right? I mean, today banks, I mean, anywhere you go, people say loan, 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 right? I mean, how do they know what kind of credit worthiness can be taken by which farmer? Fortunately or unfortunately, sometimes farmers' credit scores might be screwed up. Many of them might be new to credit. They may not have the information. So how do banks get this data in order to give credit information, insurance to the farmers? Again, from the same information that I talked about. Dr. Nilesh already mentioned about other types of information that can be provided to the farmers. I won't talk much about the type of information that can be given to the farmers, like advisories and various other aspects that can be provided. Finally, better tomorrow for the farmers at all these levels can be enabled through the data and digitalization process in the dairy industry. What do farmers get? Doorstep financial services, personal advisories, increased profitability and revenue. What do the processing companies get? Supply chain efficiency, quality control, monitoring, measuring, ESG goals. ESG and GHG is becoming an important point of discussion. These can be measured and shared. Consumers, of course, complete traceability, quality assurance, and value-added products for the Indian dairy customer as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. That was very useful and very interesting that he displayed the entire flow of data right from farmer till the end consumer, and how at every stage digitalized data is adding value not only to the process but value to the stakeholder also, right from farmer up to the consumer. And that is the strength of data. If it is well captured and well accessed and well utilized, it can empower every actor along the value chain. Thank you so much. Now, any questions or any inputs? Yes, sir.
Again, Mr. Rajaratnam, sir. It's a lighter side. I want to have one question. Is there any job available for me in telecommunication? You have covered all the jobs, all the activity in the entire dairy industry as such. It's really a marvelous and wonderful activity, and I could able to see the vision of Dr. Kuri in you also. The question, whatever, you have done a lot of activity in the entire country, which I have come to know also is a lesson and learning for you also. Sir, what Dr. our Tarun sir said here, he is the man who made this KCC implementing for the dairy industry as a whole, because the agriculture department refused to give. Anything comes from the plant, earth only can be eligible, not for the dairy, they refused. But you could able to make a excellent work for the farmers. They are getting 4% subsidies there. And you are also implementing some of these areas. Can you know how that implementation is taking place? What is the percentage of benefit to the farmers, and how the money is getting returned? Some experience you may have it. Can you share here?
Sir,
loan.
Wherever we have worked in digitalization, what we have seen is that farmers are definitely getting more transparent payment. They're feeling more confident in the system. We believe that, we did some experiment. Sir, you are also aware, in Varanasi, we have done some experiment in Chandoli region, etc. Yeah. We are able to show that in 3 years, we are able to double the farmer's income. We did some cohort analysis. We started in the peak of the COVID. During that time, from that time onwards, we have directly started working with farmers. One is selling technology. We have been selling technology to users like KMF, Avin, and Hudson and Amul. Then we started also using that in some of the projects. And in those projects, we used all the technologies that I showed. And we are able to show that we are able to double the farmer's income in about 3 years' time. And we are also able to increase the cattle productivity by about 30% in about 3 years time, sir, by giving more, better advisory services to the farmer. We divide farmers into a low level intervention, medium level intervention, high level intervention, various other things, and many other techniques, sir. Due to paucity of time, I won't get into details, but definitely we have measured a lot of data and been able to show improvement in profitability, revenue, and productivity, sir.
Bank recovery also 90%, above 90% of the...
Bank NPS, sir, I'm very happy to tell you 1% NPS, less than 1% non-requirable assets, sir.
That's
Because it's not just you give loan and go away, right?
Yeah.
You work with the farmer daily in that village. That farmer, I'm there in the village and farmer is also there in the village. He can't go anywhere. So NPS are much less than...
It's good, then it can be applicable in all the places in the country. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other input, any question, any suggestion? Yes, sir.
Sir, it seems one is government organization doing and another is private doing. But how you generate income for your software, or how he is managing that? There is one first of my question. You do it free of cost, or you are doing free of cost, sir? I mean,
I'll
both are
take first
different.
one call, sir, and then you can answer. Sir, we sell our solution. They come up with specifications mostly, like AMC is, for example, NDD-based specification, BMC specification, and then unions come up with tender, we participate in tender. In fact, BMC monitoring, we worked with NDDB to come up with BMC monitoring specification. NDDB came up with BMC monitoring. And then we sell technology to people like Avin or KMF or Amul to buy the technology from us. That is one. And in some projects, we are also working directly with the farmers. There also we are working on generating revenue for our company and to be sustainable, sir. For NDDB, I'll let Dr. Nilesh.
How much it costs for a small farmer and for a big
Sir, I'll answer in terms of per liter.
Per
sir.
liter,
Per liter of milk, entire digitization that you see, it will cost you about 1 rupee 80 paisa per liter, sir, at decent scale. That's the one. But you can recover that 1 rupee 80 paisa easily because of the volume and other efficiencies that you gain.
The second question is, you talked about the technical data traceability. From the packet, you said you can go back to the producer.
Yes.
Once the total milk is mixed up, what is the principle you are following that? Because there is one system for coliforms in traceability. How you do that traceability to the particular form, sir?
Sir, wherever any customer, let's say, for example,
You can give
Amin
a
wants to
pooled
do-
area only, no?
Huh?
You cannot give a specific source, no?
Yes. You can go up to can level, no, sir. You
Up
can
to
tell
can
these many
level.
cans went into this BMC today.
Okay.
And I can tell this many BMCs went into this silo today. And this silo was used for this product. So therefore, I can go up to can level. And I also know in which can how many farmers put milk. So that's how, it's a group you can tell.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, one last question that side.
Hi, thank you, Ravi. I'm Chandar from NDDB Dairy Services. In one of the slides, you showed that the activity meter can be installed for monitoring the health of the animal. Is it also available on rental basis?
Yes, it's we can work on a rental basis also.
You've given him a business idea.
Yes. We
Yeah,
do.
see, there are farmers, they know that the animal is not doing good. So they don't want to install it on a permanent basis. They
Yes.
need it for temporary purpose.
Yes, we do it on a rental basis, but for rental basis, there's a minimum volume requirement. A farmer with 10 cows, it might be difficult for me to do rental. Whereas, let's say one of your NDS producer companies wants to give it to for their farmers and say that, okay, per cow per month, this much I will give you. Then certainly it's possible, sir. Last year's Amul tender was a rental basis tender only for activity meters.
Okay, thank you.
I think there was one you wanted to ask. Yes, the last one.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ramurthy from Chennai. It is a B2C model. The customer should know how many, what are the quantity available nearby. Other than Tetra Pak, maybe some departmental stores, how much is the quantity available. I think it is more than NDDB. other than these setups, I think the customer in India, we are not available that what is the quantity of the milk. So some app, something like that, means we are discussing more on the digital data. I think that should add values. So are you working on anything, something like that, the app which can connect to the producer to consumer? Means I mean to say that the buyer should know what is the quantity of the milk available, brands, different brands nearby.
Yeah.
So we'll have an option.
Yeah. You are giving me an idea.
Not
So,
idea,
basically you are.
it is in fact, it is not an idea, it is in fact, we were looking, even in poultry, we know that there is so much eggs, all that it is produced, but we don't know what is the quantity produced and where it is produced and locality. So this kind of information, which is very much required in today's advanced technology, means in the area.
Yes, sir. So you're talking about who produced how much should be available like that?
Yeah, different brands, different quantity, and different stores. So
Yeah. Store shelf, I think, some e-commerce applications could
No,
probably.
macro level data and figures are available, and they're very, very reliable and authentic figures. In fact, I would say with great degree of responsibility, as far as the data and statistics of the livestock sector and fishery sector in this country is concerned, the government data is fairly robust here, and for that I think
we have improved definitely. I would
we-
agree to your point.
I won't say it is 100% accurate,
Yeah, yes.
but generally the statistics which government produces are taken with a pinch of salt.
This could
They're
be
highly-
one of the reasons why we are not able to attract government facilities in the livestock sector, including poultry. So I would
Cherry,
like-
good suggestion. This is something we can work on. Maybe NDDB can also. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ravi. It was very useful. Let's give Ravi a big hand, please. Okay, again, we have Twisha here before we go to Suresh's video of his presentation. Now, very interesting, Twisha, I was just hearing. She mentioned that, what she's doing is something very fascinating, and I'm sure many of you would not have imagined that this is possible. She gave the example of a man eating kurkure. When we eat kurkure, it produces crunching sound. So the person sitting next or even 10 feet away knows that somebody is munching something which is very crunchy. But shrimp is this much, or maybe this much, and weighs between, say, 4 to 5 grams to 10 to 15 grams. Now, she has produced, or she works with sensors which capture that sound of the shrimp. This is what I understood. And that from that, they determine the nutritional status and what all shrimp is consumed, and then how to manage the feed. And this has really transformed the shrimp aquaculture in terms of feed management, and also resulted in a lot of cost savings, etc. So I'm sure we'll all find it very interesting. Over to you, Tusha.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. I'm Twisha. I work with Aruaka Technologies. And before I tell you what we do, I would like to tell you why we do what we do. As we all know, the requirement for food will increase multifold in the near future. By 2040. Whatever the population eats today will need much more, multiple times than what we do. And while agriculture is also growing in that direction, we'll definitely need to focus on the aquatic domain. In fisheries, we definitely need to see what we can do. While there are a lot of innovations happening in agriculture, we don't really see a lot in the aquatic domain. And in aquaculture, shrimp is one of the most efficient sources of protein. For any other kind of animal like cattle, bovine, pigs, poultry, the kind of feed that you need to input to get the harvest will be at least double or triple the kind of harvest that you'll get. So for say 3 kilogram of pigs, you might need to input more than 21 kg of feed. So, but in shrimp, you can put in 1 kg of feed and get 1 kg of shrimp. So that's the kind of efficiency it gives, and it's not only an excellent source of protein, it is also a great source of calcium, also a source of magnesium, phosphorus, so and it's also low on calories, so great for those on diet. So one shrimp just is 7 calories. So great source of protein, great source of vitamins and minerals. So this resonates so much with our parent company's vision, that is feeding the future. So we not only want to ensure food security, but also nutrition security. And yeah, that's what we do. So we develop devices which ensure that shrimp farming is efficient and sustainable for the farmer, for the environment. Okay, can we advance to the next slide? Oh, sorry. And I'll start with the existing scenario. So existing shrimp market scenario is really bad. So the year of 2022 was amazing for us, for the farmers, for the entire shrimp culture community. But now we are plagued by so many issues. There's recession, people do not have buying power, you must have heard. There's layoffs in TCS, Infosys, all the major giants are laying off people. People don't have the buying power to buy expensive products. There is an oversupply of shrimp. So 2022 was so good, the farmers gained so much money that they started overproducing shrimp. So there's so much, so inventory of shrimp is lying, people are not buying, so there is a demand-supply mismatch. And increasing prices of fish meal. So this year, there is an event called El Nino, which increases the temperatures, and the rains occur at just any time, to very windy, very stormy weathers across the water columns. So what happens is, during this time, the raw material that is used to make fish feed, called anchovy, the farmers aren't able to breed that. So because there is scarcity of that, all the major feed giants who make fish feed or shrimp feed have secured that, and whatever little is available is being sold at a very high price. So for the farmer, the feed prices are increasing. There is he is not getting the prices that he used to get in 2022, and there is recession, people are not buying. So it's a scary situation to be in. And even during this very bad time, Ecuador continues to produce, Ecuador continues to sell. And how is it able to do that? If you look at the graph, the solid lines, the purple and the blue lines, are the price at which they are selling the 30-40 count of shrimp. So in Jan, they started at $4, and now it is down to, say, $3.48. The COP is the cost of production. The red line that you see there is when they used to do with the manual production. For each kilogram of shrimp, it would cost $3.48. Then they started using scheduled feeding, that is automatic feeders, wherein they simply use with the simplest technology. With that, it came down to 3.39. And when they started using the sonic feeding, that is basis the sound of the shrimp, the cost of production came down to 3.19. So see, even with the price declining, the farmers are not at a loss. They are still, if they are not able to make a profit, they are not making a loss. So that is why, because they invested so heavily in technology, they adopted technology while using the right protocols, they are able to sustain even in this difficult environment. So the use of technology not only ensures this, it also ensures that the shrimps are of good quality. If you see the shrimps that are manually fed, not all, but manually fed with wrong protocols, you will see that the shrimps are stressed. Their tails are touching each other. They are not like open. They are not pink. So a well-fed shrimp tail will be nice like a butterfly. And a poorly fed shrimp which is stressed will not be as good. So with technology, we ensure that the shrimps are well-fed, and because they are well-fed, because they are healthy, they can also fight diseases better. And in aquaculture, what are the elements of IoT? So I'll start with farm management. I'll start with feed management. You can ensure that there is efficient and optimum feed dispensing when you use IoT. So the kind of feed that you dispense, the time at which you dispense, the quantity that you dispense, that is something you can figure out with feed management. Then coming to farm management basis, because there are so many data hooks. You get automatic reports, you have a data repository basis which you can analyze and predict for the future. Then you have water quality. So while feed is important, shrimp seed is important, if the water is not good, you are not going to get a great harvest. So you have to monitor the water, the IoT can help you monitor the water quality parameters and manage the water health basis this. And all this is managed by a data center where all this data lies. I'll talk about automatic. This is what a typical automatic feeder looks like. So how is it different from manual feeding? When you, in shrimp culture, typically manual feeding is done 4 times a day. A person goes in the farm, takes bags of feed and spreads it in the entire pond. Because you cannot really send a person multiple times, this is a general practice that 4 times is optimum a person can go. And because it's human to somewhere put more feed, somewhere put less feed, the feeding is not really optimal. When you see, even when a human baby is born, the doctor advises to feed them at frequent intervals, and the minimum interval is at least at 2 hours they must be fed. And the same is true for shrimps. So what happens is, in manual feeding, if you do it only 4 times, you dispense a large quantity of feed. Shrimp does not eat all that. Some of it goes to the pond bottom, some of it dissolves in the water. Due to which, one is, because the feed dissolves in the water quality goes bad, your pond bottom goes bad, your feed is wasted, and all the feed that you put in is not converted to growth. So what automatic feeding does is, automatic feeders, especially those that we have, can dispense as low as 200 gram. And you can schedule it for dispensing feed n number of times during the day. So yeah, I mean, the tail thing that I was talking about, see, with manual, the tail is like, you know, the touching each other. With auto, you see the beautiful shrimp tail. So I'm not saying in manual it will always be like that, but in auto you'll generally see like that. So the shrimps are less stressed. You save on feed, you improve your water quality. So it has multifold benefits. A very, very simple product like an automatic feeder. Adding to it, if you add Shrimp Talk, which is on the other side of the slide, Shrimp Talk is the one that listens to the shrimp sounds, and basis that it figures out. So there's a lot of algorithms running in the background basis the data collected over the years, and then it tells pond mother how much feed to dispense at what time. So this is on-demand feeding. The farmer doesn't decide when to feed. The shrimp tells you when it needs the feed. And Shrimp Talk considerably lowers the FCR, the feed conversion ratio, and it ensures optimum shrimp growth. This is another thing. So the thing that I just discussed was the feed management. This is about water quality management. So let me just go back once. If you see in the graph, the dissolved oxygen level is fine. No signal is being sent to the aerator. When this dissolved oxygen turns red, we turn on the aerator. So the dissolved oxygen in the water is very important for shrimp growth. We haven't implemented aeration control yet, but we do have oxygen monitoring, temperature monitoring, and salinity monitoring devices. And we for a trial, we put it at one of the farmer's pond, and he told that he used to turn on his aerators at around 8 p.m. every day to ensure oxygen levels in the pond, and turn them off in the morning. When he put this device into his pond, he found that his oxygen levels were not really dropping until 11 p.m. So he stopped running his aerators between 8 to 11 p.m. and when he used to get the input that oxygen is dropping, then he would turn it on. Basis this, he was able to save 30% in his diesel costs, even without the next level of automation, just by taking inputs from the data that he was getting. So every 5 minutes he is getting the oxygen level, and he is taking decisions basis that. So automation is one thing, but giving the data basis the sensors that you put and enabling the farmers to take decisions basis that can simply help them in saving costs. In the graph that you see below, this is for a culture. At the starting, you see there's a red part. That's where the oxygen level fell down so badly that if action were not taken immediately, the shrimps would die. After installing the sensor, you see initially there has been the red graph. After that, there's some orange, that is the critical level of oxygen, and green is where oxygen is good. So after that point, the farmer never had to face DO issues because he had the data. And basis that he could take decisions. So yeah, that's what a typical oxygen monitor looks like. And all this data coming from the oxygen meter, coming from the acoustic sensor is the one that sensor sounds, or the data from the automatic feeders, everything is stored in this app called Pond Logs. And this data is analyzed to give further inputs to the farmers, where how was the weekly growth, what is their FCR, and basis that they can take further decisions. They can also record all their shrimp farming activities here, like the medicines they administered, their harvest, lab reports. So this is a one-point repository for the farmers. And whatever we do sustainably. Not only we, but most of the companies. So all the devices being solar powered. And apart from that, because we reduce the feed substantially, the carbon footprint reduces, the feed that is required. And in the same hectares, in the same acres, we produce more. So we are using less of environmental resources to have more productivity. So this is a three-pronged approach for ensuring sustainability for the environment. And this is a very short video of what a typically IoT technified farm looks like. So that's pond mother, there's shrimp talks standing right beside that. And that's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Twisha. Thank you. That was very, very interesting. And जैसे कहते हैं लीक से हटकर था ये. It was offbeat. You see, shrimp story of the country is very, very interesting. I'll just very briefly tell you if you are. I'm sure you'll find it interesting. I won't take your consent to narrate the story. You see, the shrimp industry in this country was undergoing a very, very severe stress and crisis over a decade or 2 decades back. Our entire production, shrimp production in the country had dropped down to less than 70,000 tons per annum. There was this widespread pandemic of WSSV, white spot syndrome virus. Majority of the farms had closed down, or they were working at abysmally low capacity. The processing plants were either shut down or again working at very low capacity. This situation continued till the year 2010 or so. In the year 2009 or so, we introduced the Pacific white shrimp called Vanemi. Till then, the entire shrimp production was tiger shrimp, which is called Penaeus monodon. Overnight, the scenario got transformed, and within 1 decade, we became the biggest shrimp exporter in the world. From less than 70,000 tons, now we're producing nearly 1 million tons. Look at in 1 decade, it's like a fairy tale. It is unbelievable. And you can, if you go to this Bhimavaram area and some places, the farmers would tell that 1 decade back, we couldn't afford a bicycle. We couldn't afford a new bicycle. Now they drive in Jaguars and BMWs and Audis. This is the kind of fairy tale. This is a lesson that it is not infusion of subsidies or cash doles to people which are good. It is creation of an ecosystem, or giving an enabling policy environment which can give a real fillip to that. So within 1 decade, we became the biggest shrimp exporter in the world. And today also we are probably the biggest to at least the United States is concerned. But now, how complacency affected us, and Twisha also mentioned in one of her slides, although she mentioned various factors such as high cost of fish meal and macro and microeconomics. But it is also the complacency of the shrimp industry, this oversupply issue. Everybody became very greedy. Okay, now it's going is so good, I'm making millions every year, and I can afford to change my smartphone every month and change my SUV every year. So this oversupply issue, a small country like Ecuador has pushed us out. Within 1 or 2 years, Ecuador pushed us out. In fact, I wrote an article saying that in the Olympics of shrimp, Ecuador wins gold and India has been relegated to a silver medal. Ecuador, look at the size of Ecuador and look at the size of. So this is a very interesting. Now this crisis is something shrimp industry is grappling with. How can we again regain that? Otherwise, we are likely to go back to the situation which has existed 2 decades back. Sorry I took this time, but I thought this was an interesting story. Any questions or any clarifications you want from Twisha? No, you're so fascinated that you're, yes, please, speechless.
Hello. ma'am. This is Dr. Sudeep Pukale. I like the technology. I have a doubt over here. Is this technology applicable to fish also?
Uh, some of it is, like automatic feeder is water quality monitoring is, but the sound detection varies from fish to fish. So while the same hardware can be used, the algorithms need to be developed. So data needs to be captured for a particular fish that we need to work on, and then the algorithms need to be developed, and the same hardware can be used.
Okay. So algorithm will be variable for fish, right?
Yes.
So you have developed those algorithms
For shrimp.
Okay, so is that technology available? No, I'm not talking about shrimp. I'm talking about other fish.
Yeah, so the algorithms right now that we have developed are for shrimp. If we need to do it for other fish, we need to collect data and then develop the algorithm for the particular fish that we want to work on.
Okay, and what is the working mechanism?
Working mechanism as in?
Means on the basis of sound. So it is detecting that signal and
Yeah, so it is the
working
intensity of the sound and frequency and the way the slope falls down, the slope of the signal. And there's so many more, but these are the major three.
Okay. And about the cost?
Cost?
Cost of this technology?
I mean, I'm not supposed to say it on a public platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Ravi has a question.
So I know that you have taken your solution to various other countries around the globe, various other continents. Did you have to fine tune a lot, or what was your experience? Did it work fairly straightforward, easily? Did the farmers adopt easily? Could you share some information, insights?
Yeah. Most of the adoption that we had to do was majorly with respect to the physical parameters. Like between Ecuador and Mexico, Mexico has really heavy winds. So while in Ecuador, which was like nice and peaceful, the feeders would stay. In Mexico, they would just fall down due to heavy winds. So we had to reinforce some structures. Software-wise, we didn't really have to do much. With respect to farmers, yes, Ecuador, we had a great scrating presence in Ecuador, and they were really helpful with working on ground. Mexico and India especially, we really have the interpersonal relationship totally changes. The way we have to interact with farmers, the hand holding that is required is totally different. So the way we work with the farmers in India or Mexico or a couple of other countries is totally much more personal. In Ecuador, it is more data driven, I would say.
Okay, thank you, Twisha. Thank you so much. Let us give her a big hand. Now, could we have Mr. Suresh's presentation, please?
Sometimes I'm always at the edge of catching. Good morning, everyone. This is Suresh Chitturi here. I'm really sorry I'm not there. Sometimes I'm always at the edge of catching flights. So today I goofed up and missed my flight. And unfortunately, connectivity between Hyderabad and Pune is not so great. So the next flight is not till 3 in the afternoon. Anyway, thank you again for having me. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about, let me share the screen. Yeah, technology's role in enhancing productivity and cost efficiency in Indian poultry sector. So considering my computer science engineering and all that, and also I've always been a very strong believer in technology. I actually, one of my first jobs was coding an ERP kind of system in 1992 for Srinivasa. And of course, Srinivasa was one of the first companies to implement SAP in poultry sector globally in 2004. And so yeah, so want to talk about a little about these factors and more maybe later on during the interaction. I kind of get to answer more about this. So we'll talk about these points and how I see what's coming. So factors that impact cost efficiency is production, disease outbreak, food safety, and animal welfare. So ability to monitor all these, I mean, individual body weights, what's happening, the growth, how is it going, because all these things become very, very important, especially in long lay cycles, like in breeders or in layers. These are very critical things, and we are seeing that. We are clearly seeing that, body weights, proper body weights and uniformity in the first 12 weeks. Then the birds are performing brilliantly the remaining 88 weeks. And that we are seeing as the single most important factor in the productivity and the production. So again, people have done a good job of growing them in the early stages, and they see the feed consumption is very low and egg production is very good. Same with the disease outbreak. How fast can we catch that there is some problem there through, looking at the birds' activity, morbidity, and all that. So, and then of course, food safety is going to is already very important in most of the world, and it is getting very important in India. So salmonella and E. coli control and managing that is definitely going to be very important as it comes forward. And animal welfare, as we all know, it's a favorite subject for many NGOs and media too, and some of it fair, a lot of it not fair, but that's what it is. So I think, and also, again, I've always believed very strongly, and when we look at our own internal animal welfare is about birds' comfort. And a comfortable bird is a more productive bird, more efficient bird. So it's actually a huge business case for us to take care of the birds, because an unhappy bird is not going to be a good performer. This is where I see huge, opportunities and going forward. Where we use cameras, microphones, and sensors. We already know there is, certain through the sounds made in the farm. There are. I heard some years back in Israel saying that they can detect certain diseases and performances and all that. So I think as data is storing data is becoming cheaper, and capturing it is also becoming more affordable. So as we capture these, we can start using machine language and AI and all that to detect problems. Now this can go as down to a shed or a farm for sure. Because right now most of the management is in some ways crowd based, right? In the sense. It's difficult for the doctors and all that to predict what can happen in a particular farm, because it's not. But whereas through AI we can predict, that's what I see, based on the climate, what happens in that particular farm historically and all that. So we can all link those things up, and also to a large extent the farmer himself can start taking what are the measures he has to take, when climate is changing or something is going to happen, and so stuff like that. So we will definitely go into precision feeding, early detection of diseases, and alerts on deviations. So these are some things that will come up, and I think we'll find huge efficiencies in this without doubt. Robots, again, this is already happening in some sense. Again, like there is one example here of disinfecting the floor. Not only that, to rake the litter in commercial broiler farms, to keep the birds active, the robots go around, and not let them rest, in the sense, brood essentially. And tomorrow for collecting eggs, precision feeding, removing waste. These are all huge things that are going, like you're also seeing this thing about the Big Dutchman has a weighing scale, a camera and a weighing scale in the house to give you up-to-date or real-time weights. So these are all things that are for sure coming. This will, of course, help us in reducing labor. I don't know how many of you, we are really struggling. Not a single farm has the full complement of labor force. So that's so as India is progressing, the GDP is increasing. I think more and more we'll find it difficult to attract labor in the farm, and I think and most people don't want to do repetitive jobs and especially dead-end jobs. So I think this is where the robots will start playing a bigger role. Of course, farm management software, most of you are seeing this, but I think this will also start getting more smarter, more involved. So for sure, for inventory management, health monitoring, labor management, and like we said, optimizing feeding program. But also, like I was saying, when we start using AI and machine language and all that, then we can also predict things that happen when either during climate change or say around festivals when people stop coming, then what happens and all that. So how do we plan that? And in future, also one of the things that we'll have to start looking is managing our productions based on, right? Because India, we have a lot of holidays and around that people don't eat eggs and chicken and all that. So we can also predict the market by using these and also get into some reality. Is there really an issue or is it something else? What is happening? So all of these things is where the software, the management softwares and AI I see are going to play a huge role going forward. Yeah, precision feeding is one of the things that's again, we are already doing some elements of it, but I think this will start doing, see, even now, most of our feed formulations are based on certain standard this thing, and generally the inputs, the real inputs, physical input is not a match for the standards we take. So tomorrow I see there are some people I'm already talking to develop these things so that we have more precise information. So the feed formula is based on that, and then you can balance the nutrients and all that, ensure the bird gets the right thing for the growth. So this will of course reduce feed wastage and increase uniformity. Of course, right now, affordability is one challenge. Two is also imagination. I think we haven't put it here, but I think imagination of the solutions and all that, I think, is probably the bigger challenge. And then, of course, affordability, awareness, infrastructure and connectivity. Mostly, it's not in most of the country. It's not what it used to be. When, like, at least in 2004, when we were doing SAP. There was no, I don't know if we had 3G also then, but we had no internet connection then, right? And it was really difficult to get the data from the farms. But today, it's mostly, again, there are parts of the country, of course, where this is not there, but I think that's a very, very small part of the country, and those also will improve over this. But I think more or less now 4G is working everywhere and 5G is expanding rapidly. So at least I think here we are doing much better. I think electricity is still an issue in some states, which is where most of the poultry will come up in future. You're talking of Bihar, UP, and and Northeast, and this is where west most of the new poultry will come. But even in existing places like AP, Telangana, and the Tamil Nadu, I think the implementation of technology will be earlier and faster there. So yeah. Of course, education and training to farmers, financial support to farmers for R&D, getting more startups to get into this. I think we need to spread the word that such opportunities exist, and getting more youngsters to look at doing startups to develop solutions for these. I think this is a very important aspect that we need to do. So it's not just talking to ourselves within the industry, but I think going to engineering colleges and all that, and also letting them know that there's this huge industry where there are huge opportunities for them, and of course regulatory support and infrastructure development. So yeah, I think I want to end this talk with this quote: "Intelligence is the ability to adapt to change." So I think we have to. It's either you adapt or you're out, but because progress is going to happen. So with that, hopefully I can come back on Zoom and continue the discussion. See you all soon. Thank you.
Is he on? Are we connected to him or no? Okay, but let us thank him, and I hope Prachi will convey our thanks to Suresh. I'm sorry we can't interact with him. Okay, we still have about 15 minutes. We can move there. Yes, sir. Do you have any further questions or inputs or your valuable suggestions to the presentations already made by our very eminent panelists? Okay. Is the silence of appreciation or boredom by now? No, I'm sure none of the speakers you can be accused of instilling any boredom. Would you like to add anything, Ravi? Yeah, you wanted to ask that time. Sorry, I recollect.
Thank you. I'm Professor Sandeep Banerjee from Calcutta. And of course, what I could understand is the digitalization, yes, it's the thing which is going ahead. And what I liked in Suresh's thing is where he's very much correct that in the next 10 years or so, it will be very, very difficult for us to get the labors. Absolutely, that's a very clear-cut decision. And also, sensors are here to stay. They are evolving. But the unfortunate part which is going around is that our academics is not going ahead with the industry. This is the place where, now the sensors which are basically a reality which is coming around, none of our agriculture universities, none of the veterinarians, they are not going around. Unfortunately, I can tell about my university, we are. Our students have already started making these apps. Third year. This is from Calcutta. I'll just tell my name is Sandeep Banerjee from Adamas University, Calcutta. And there we are making the apps. The sensors, we are basically giving the monies to the students to, develop their own, they are buying actuators, they are procuring sensors, and they are using it. But I think what we have to take away from this particular thing is digitalization. We have to now integrate it with the academics. These sensors which Trisha was not telling about the cost, Now the costs have come down. I ignore the sensors. These sensors are there. Costs have come down. बढ़िया काम करता है, cost भी कम हो गया है. Of course, the ones which your company is making may be the ones which is basically, patented and all. Iska bhi, there are other solutions are also there. They are cheaper. Farmers now, the biggest thing which has to come around with all the panelists out here, and that has to go to the policy makers. Extension services have to go ahead with this. Our extension services have failed. Neither the extension agents, they know about these technologies, neither they are interested to know about these technologies. So thereby what happens is, whatever things we prepare, the end user basically, he or she is basically not aware of it. So, and the technologies related to, the extensions, academics, and the academics and the industry going together. As again Mr. Suresh had said, the engineering colleges to take over. Why not the agriculture universities? Why not the veterinary universities? Because they are the people who are going to give the things. In our cases, the computer science people, the mechanics people, they are sitting with the agriculture students. And they're working together. And that is where they are making these, can you imagine a third year student, a BSc agriculture, second year student, third year student, they're making it. App-based काम कर रहे हैं, sir. So, catch them young. Catch them young.
Any comment from this gentleman? Okay. Thank you, sir. My question to Dr. Nilesh, I was listening and nice presentation on. I don't know really, but just want to curious that in the pets, there was very nice insurance microchip started 3-4 years back for the insurance. And it gives the microchip with all pedigree and details. So such kind of insurance, is there any dairy recently started? Because few years back I was meeting with Dr. A.K. Srivastava in the Delhi. So I was also discussing with him. So he says we are also thinking. So because the traditionally is like we put a tag of metal tag typical to the insurance, and such kind of things, anything is there. This is my first question, so I'll complete my second question also. Recently there are several startup companies who are very strongly working on this database, connecting to the farmers with the app based. Even there is one company startup called eFeed. They have data of more than 200,000 farmers. But somehow there are some limitations also in this. So whatever you are given the data and details, did you connect it to the different labs also, which is having a lot of generate the data, and how you are seeing through the NDDB about the nutrition, because somehow dairy has the limitations. Because we have the green fodder, dry fodder, silage, and recently there are a lot of issues coming on, particularly in silage and other nutritional parameters like management of mycotoxin and mold. The government has also become a little bit stringent on the AFM1. So is there any something you are developing real data on the nutrition? So these are my two questions regarding.
Yeah, thank you. First question, use of microchips in animal insurance. So, not much use right now. It's all about ear tags, and that may be limitations of reading and then visualization. So that's my take on that. I'm not much aware how far it has gone down. Second question about nutrition services and laboratory integration. Yes, enough for NDLM, both the softwares are capable of integrating all kind of laboratories with this database. So when laboratories pour this data, it can be available in backend and then can be used by everybody. So they have capabilities. On nutrition, like under National Dairy Plan from 2012 to 19, we did a very big program of ration balancing, which catered to more than 40 lakh animals in the country and did ration balancing at village level. And it has got encouraging results, but then maybe we couldn't find out economic model of implementing it. So that's why it's not still continuing, but still somewhere it's going on. We are now coming up with this farmer app called eGopala, where there is a facility for self ration balancing. So farmer can feed what he is feeding and what his animal is giving, and then it can give some solution based on local feed libraries that are in back end. So it will get nutrient composition of local feeds and then give solution. But it's not well used right now. Of course, farmers, when they are aware that this is beneficial, they will start using it, maybe.
Labs. Just quick comment on this. Thanks, doctor. I'm just connecting that there are, if you are connected with the different labs, like you said, your software is well connected with your own lab in the NDDB. There are a lot of, in our industry, like enable accreditation. For example, like one international feed company like Jaffa, they have the enable accreditation. Then Baramati Agro is having some coordination with Netherlands company, and they have a liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, LCMS facility. Such kind of data connection, if you get with that.
It's software has capability, but user has to pour in data. So that's where there are like challenges, that not everybody is like willing to share data at every platform. So that's the challenge. Not that software cannot take or database cannot take.
Yeah, definitely. The connection is, I think, more important.
Sorry. Well, it was very, very interactive. 2.5 hours or more we had, and I'm grateful to all of you for being such an attentive audience. Now, just a few quick words. Sir, your point is very well taken. There is a huge gap between what is there at the ground level, what is the ground reality, and what we talk here. Now, it's a very paradoxical situation. The people who are actually involved in the business of livestock and aquaculture, they are not part of this seminar. And people who are part of this seminar are not actually into this business. Now, there is this issue of bridging this gap. You see, whenever I interact with the industry people, etc., I repeatedly tell them, and recently, Trisha also mentioned in her presentation with respect to the crisis or some kind of distress which the shrimp industry was going on. I said, in this case, the pressure has to come from the bottom. I have been in Government of India, held the highest position in this ministry. What is the incentive for me to engage with you? So, you see, though it is the person sitting in his very comfortable, important high chair, etc., is probably very comfortably ensconced. So pressure has to come from the real stakeholder. You have to constantly pressurize them to engage you. Unfortunately, what is happening is whether it is our universities doing research, doing excellent research, but they're doing it in isolation, or whether it is people like me sitting in Delhi in the ministries making policies. We are also making policies, best of intentions, but we are not engaging with the stakeholders. Now, if the government or the people B are not engaging with the stakeholders, the higher stake is of the real stakeholders. They have to create that pressure on the government, etc., or on the policymakers to engage you. So that is something which needs to be taken care of. Secondly, all these questions and interaction which has come from you is with respect to the technical aspect or the scientific aspect of data and digitalization. Sir, the topic is digital disruption of poultry, dairy and aquaculture. So let us not forget that the focus was on dairy, poultry and aquaculture. Digitalization is a means to disrupt. Disrupt here is a positive word, disrupt the status quo. Now to look beyond business as usual and see how we can improve the entire management and increase the competitiveness of our dairy, poultry and aquaculture. I'll come back to what I said when we opened the session in the morning. We are a giant as far as the entire livestock sector is concerned, be it dairy, poultry, aquaculture, but we are a dwarf when it comes to the productivity or the competitiveness of this sector. That is where digitalization comes as a very, very powerful and effective tool. Why our experts have already explained that digitalization cuts across all the sectors and activities which are required here. The slides show that right from management of the breed to feed to health to product processing up to the marketing. So digitalization can bridge this gap between the primary producer and the end consumer, which is, and the link which was missing is which can be bridged. You see, we are the biggest milk producer, 210 million tons, Dr. Nilesh, or something around that. But our productivity is about 1800 kilograms per milk cycle per animal. The global average is 2500. But the other countries who are the other big milk producing countries like USA, New Zealand, European countries, etc., they have as much as 8,000 to 13,000 kilograms. So this is the huge gap. This shows that despite being the biggest producer, our farmer is probably the poorest. That is where digitalization has to help. It is not important. They will tell us how the data is to be collected, how the data is to be accessed, and how the data is to be manipulated. But at the end of the day, the stakeholder and policymakers have to realize that this tool has come to us and how to use this tool. Lastly, Ravi used a very good term time and again in terms of you need hooks. You see, why I know is because my younger son is also into startups these days, and that startup is also on data. So you see, there is data is like fish swimming in the rivers and the reservoirs and the ocean. Data is like that. You need hooks to capture that. Believe me, there is such great, rich wealth of data lying in government. Government is very, very big depository of data. But you go to a government office, a bloody file will not be available. That file would have very rich data, but someone, so how to, so you are the people who are providing these hooks. After all, you're not creating any data. You are capturing the data which is available. When you go to the milk collection center, you're not bringing data there. There's the data available there, but nobody knows how to extract that. And these are the hooks which you have to provide. And then once those hooks catch that fish, we should be able to handle and process that fish well. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure interacting with all of you. And we thank our eminent panelists, very, very enriching presentations. And I'm sure we are all going back with a good, healthy takeaway from what they have given us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for all the eminent speakers present over here and giving the insights about this topic. So for the further, we will go for the felicitation program. So for this, I would like to invite Dr. T.K. Wali sir to felicitate Shri Tarun Sridhar sir. Please move to VIP lounge for the lunch, and for audience you can go for exhibition and move toward there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope you had your lunch. I request the audience in the back to cover the front seats. Fill the front seats, please. I request all the audience in the back seat to cover the seats in the front, please. So let us start the topic of the afternoon, DDGS and insect meal evolving feed ingredients. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Huda, CLIFMA of India. As a speaker, next I would like to invite Dr. Pradeep Mahajan, animal nutrition expert. Next, I request Mr. Sanjit Padi, All India Distilleries Association, to come onto the stage. Now I request Anupa Veluswamy, COI BSF, to come onto the stage. I request Anupa Veluswamy, COI BSF, to come onto the stage, please. Next, I request Mr. Ankit Alok Bagaria from Loopform to come onto the stage. I also request Dr. Dinesh Bhosle, ex-CLIFMA of India, to come onto the stage. Yes, I invite Dr. Devendra Huda, sir, CLIFMA of India, to moderate the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a tough time to have a session after lunch, and I think most of us feel sleepy, but I can say that we have a very, very prominent and learned panel, and they'll make sure that you don't sleep. ये हमारा वादा आप लोगों से कि आज का जो सेशन रहेगा ये सबके लिए बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग रहने वाला है और मुझे इसको मॉडरेट करने का मौका मिला है ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग सभी के सभी पैनलिस्ट जो हैं मुझ में से ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे मुझसे ज़्यादा ज्ञानी हैं और शायद आपके लिए भी कुछ ना कुछ वो जो ज्ञान की बातें दे पाएंगे हमारा देश 140 करोड़ जनता का देश दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी बनने वाली इकोनॉमी अगले 10 साल में आज के दिन 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी वी आर प्राउड इंडियन एंड ग्रोइंग at least expecting with the double-digit growth for next 10 years. And in this, one of the major thing is that practically 2/3 of Indian population is directly and indirectly dependent on the agriculture. And when you talk about agriculture, as per Government of India and Prime Minister of India dream, making farmers' income double, one of the major thing which comes up to doubling this income is the livestock. It is not possible to double this income of agriculture only from hardcore agriculture. So the role of livestock becomes very, very critical for rural livelihood as well as for the protein nutrition to all the Indians. So ultimately, livestock is a critical factor for all of us, whether we are a consumer or we are the farmers. Well, this 65% of the rural India contributes from the agriculture around 1/4 of total Indian economy. And from that, around 22% of national GDP, practically 1/4 is coming from livestock. And that livestock, around 12 lakh crore worth, is adding value to all of us. And in that, practically 60% of input cost is the feed. Whether it's the poultry, whether it's dairy or aqua, the feed is a very, very critical thing. Thanks to all our farmers, we are growing in poultry with the pace of around 8 to 10%, and in aqua, it's more than double-digit growth for last 20 years. Thanks to Dr. Tarun Shirdar sir, with their support and all, aqua has gone to this level. Thanks to your passion, sir. But at the same time, all these things is also putting pressure to the raw material. And today this panel will enlighten us in terms of raw material limitations and the solutions to that. India being such a big nation also was dependent on import of petroleums. The government of India decided to produce few of it from the grains. And ultimately we started with the molasses, then with broken rice, and then with the corn. Ultimately, when we use energy source from these grains, whatever left over, which was previously considered to be a waste, actually becomes a critical nutrient for the livestock, DDGS. And another thing which is becoming as a newer one is how we can utilize the waste from the food and feed, and there the new technologies comes up of making the insect meals. So today all the discussion will be revolving around these two. So we have two panelists, Dr. Mahajan and Dr. Bhosle, who are from the feed side, so they'll put across their point of view from the feed side. Whereas we have one dedicated expert who is from the DDGS side, Mr. Paddy. So he's going to give his point of view from the DDGS industry. Whereas we have Ankit as well as Anugya, they are going to represent and give input from the insect meal industry point of view. So I'll not take much of the time, and I'd like to call Mr. Paddy to come and give his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure for the Distilleries Association to be associated with what we believe is one of the most critical components in the whole structure of our industry. Ethanol. So I want to spend a couple of minutes talking to you as to how ethanol has become a big part of our ecosystem. The Government of India's ethanol blending program. Which one? Sorry, this one? Okay. So the ethanol blending program, which has been initiated by the Government of India, is a very ambitious program. It talks about us replacing 20% of motor spirits, which is petrol, with organic green fuel, which is ethanol. And this is extremely ambitious, and it is led to a lot of initiatives by both the industry and the government to create capacity. Today, we are at 12% of blending. As of this month, actually, because the ethanol supply year is ending in October 31st, we will be at 12%. Last year, we were at 10%. So you're growing at 20%. Next year, the objective is to go up to 15%, and the next year to 20%. And what's interesting about this growth is it's a natural growth dependent on our ability to produce ethanol. It's not growth led by various economic factors, etc. We just need feedstock, and we need to convert it. We already have capacity. Capacity has come in leaps and bounds. Just to give you a perspective, grain ethanol used to supply 3 crore liters 3.5 years back. This year we are supplying 120 crore liters, and next year our target is 300 crore liters. And that's very important for all of you to understand, because the more ethanol we produce, the more DDGS will come out. And I'm going to spend some time in the next slide on that. Extremely important for us to understand the importance of ethanol, because it's green, it's a 360-degree program. It helps all stakeholders, starting from the government of India, starting from our economy by reducing our oil imports. The farmer is one of the biggest beneficiaries here. And let me just give you a perspective. When they first started ethanol, they used to make it from molasses, basically C heavy, moved on to B heavy, and today they are producing ethanol from sugarcane syrup. Now it sounds very simple, but it's actually brilliant, because our production of sugar is far in excess of what is required in this country. But we used to produce sugar because of our commitment to the farmers. So you have a catchment area, the farmer will come and give you the sugarcane at your gate, you have to convert. So a lot of a sugar mill industry actually used to carry stocks, and therefore payment down the cycle to the farmers was always a challenge. When we are converting from sugarcane juice to ethanol, there is no sugar production. So there's a wonderful way of balancing the sugar requirement in the country, and more importantly, the farmer gets his payment much more quicker than what they used to get in the past. So all I'm saying is, all these initiatives are excellent initiatives. It takes care of everybody in the system, provides employment, builds catchment area development, etc. I don't have to teach you about DDGS, because all of you understand that DDGS was till now being produced from rice. But from the current year, we have been mandated to use corn. Mandated to the extent that we were zero ethanol from corn 1.5 years back. This year we are supplying close to 25 crore liters, and next year we are going to supply 150 crore liters. So again, that leads to the fact that there will be more and more DDGS available for all of us to look at and see how best we can use it. How does it move? Okay, is that visible? So I'm just going to give you a perspective. The availability of DDGS going forward. If you look at it, you're going to get around half a million, around 50 lakh tons of DDGS in the current year, which is going to go up to 2.5 million tons of DDGS, which will come from this sector. Importantly, all of the new units are set up across the country. So grain ethanol used to be concentrated in North India. So you had the concentration of units in Punjab and Haryana. Now grain ethanol units have come across the country. So it's moved from there to east. So you got big hubs of production in Bihar, West Bengal, Odisha. New units are coming out in Andhra and Telangana. And Karnataka has also started moving from molasses-based to what we call dual feed. So sugarcane-based, molasses-based ethanol production is seasonal, and I think all of you know that. So they have a window of 3 to 4 months where they actually don't have molasses to process, which is from July to October, November. So they all moved to multi-feed. By multi-feed or dual feed, they can actually use other sources for processing for ethanol. I again will not get into technicalities. My esteemed panelists are all experts in that. It's a high source of protein. Pricing of this category will be very stable. Let's not run away from the fact that when availability is going up 5 times in 4 years, pricing will always be stable and will not be driven by demand. Pricing will be led by supply. So it's a wonderful opportunity for the feed industry to start looking at how best can we use this product. Cattle feed, it's maize based DDGS is extremely good, self-explanatory. It's got all that you require in the feed requirement. In fact, I got this input from Dr. Bhosle, who had shared the information with me. So it's extremely good and a high sense of protein, and it's good for digestion as well. Broiler diets, again, it's extremely good to use this. And I will address certain challenges which we have unearthed. We've done a lot of research. There are challenges, and I'll address that going forward. And similarly in layer diets. But more importantly, I think it all boils down how best can we use this source of economically available protein, look at the challenges we have and see how we can change our feed formulations and look at it as a stable economic source of supply. What are the challenges? And I'm now coming to this. And as you will see, I have addressed it head on because a lot of you may have questions about it. And I thought it's best that we address it, because if we address it, we'll take action accordingly. Currently, actually, our penetration is very low. On an all-India basis, we are hardly 1 to 2%. But this will come through certain actions which we have decided to take as an association, as a group of people. We know DDGS is extremely important for us. So our whole focus is about making people aware about this economical source of protein. We need to be consistent in our quality. A lot of you will talk about it. There's a question of color, the question of moisture, and of course, the biggest challenge which we have heard of is aflatoxin. And I'll tell you what we are doing regarding how we are addressing this as well. So there's a big opportunity to increase it, to build it up to 5% in your formulations, and then take it up to 10%. Inshallah, that will be excellent for all of us. So the roadmap is we are planning to work with each feed sector on formulation. Customer education is another area where we believe is extremely important. We're working with BIS to establish standards. So all our manufacturers at least will make sure they conform to the minimum acceptable standard. Because today it's a very fragmented industry. Manufacturers were seeing this, and I'll use it as a wrong word. It's a wrong word, but they were seeing it as a necessary evil. I am saying it's not a necessary evil. It's a necessary product line for you to make sure that you become viable. And product improvement. So doing a lot of work. We planning on an industry outreach program where we'll have seminars across the country, where we're going to talk to people and discuss with them as to how and which way we can improve the product and the formulation. Okay. Now, aflatoxin is not a necessary, it's a very important area for us to focus. And the good news is that we are now getting DDGS from maize with aflatoxin levels less than 20 ppg in one part of the country. The bad news is we are getting aflatoxin content as high as 180 to 200 as well. Now, why is this happening? And we have very quickly discovered that it's due to the availability, the quality and farming practices in those areas. So aflatoxin is led by high moisture content. So when you buy the maize, your moisture content should be less than 14%. So you need to take care of that. And then necessary and very improved storage systems and processes. So we're now reaching out and working on that. Currently, we have actually done research using new technology in a lab format, of course, on reducing aflatoxin. I'm very happy to say that as of today, and I was in Bangalore last week, I think we have managed to make it almost negligible at the production source. We need to make sure that our storage protocols are good, because as I was talking to one of our esteemed members here, he said, you know, you need to be sure that when you take care of aflatoxin, it is not when you produce, it's when you consume. So during your storage of the finished products, it has to be addressed. So we're doing all that in our protocol. And I expect that within a month's time, when we are out into doing these seminars, we'll be able to share more on this development. So just to summarize, and this is from the industry side, let's face it, it will always be available in plenty because we have to produce ethanol. There are no two options about it. If we are going to produce ethanol from rice and maize, we are going to get DDGS. If we are going to get DDGS, it will be available for all feed manufacturers for use. It will be available in plenty. As of today, the penetration is only less than 1%, I would say. And we are looking at moving it up from 1% to 2.5%, then moving up to 5% in stages. So my request is to the group here is please evaluate, come back to us with challenges. We will address those challenges, and we'll address it very, very quickly because we don't have time. So it's one of those situations where you got a partner here who's willing to work very extensively with the industry. I reached out to CLEFMA, and thanks to CLEFMA that I was invited for this chat today. I have met a few people who are similarly well versed with DDGS, and our attempt is to work very strongly in the next 3 to 6 months to stabilize this industry. BI standards will take time, we all know that, but in spite of that, we will be in a position to improve the quality which we have, because as I said, it's a matter of survival for us if we don't. So with those words, I would like to say thank you. I'm ready to answer any questions which you may have for the forum. Thank you.
Huda sahab, can I ask questions? Can I have a quick question now? Okay, Padi sahab, you said 2.5 million metric ton would be the produce of DDGS in 2025-26. What would be the corn consumption for producing that much?
Multiply by 2.62.
So it's around.
6.5.
So don't you think there will be, because corn is also being used in poultry, dairy and aqua as a raw material.
Excellent question.
So what will happen to the price of corn when you say that you will get a stable price of DDGS, and if there is a shortage of corn, where because it's being directed for ethanol production, what will happen to the price of corn, and will you be able to maintain the stable prices of DDGS at that point of time?
Okay, so let me answer that. That's an excellent question, because in the last 1 week we've had many meetings with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are working actively with IIMR Ludhiana, which is Indian Institute of Maize Research. And we are all cognizant of the fact that our requirement of around 6 million tons in 3-4 years' time has to come from somewhere. So the question you are asking me is, if your feedstock price is going to go up, the feed miller has to buy maize at a higher price. And so are we going to shift the problem from one place to another? So what we have done is we have identified 3 key areas. Today, almost 7 to 8% of our maize production is exported, which is the first, which is around 2.83 million tons, which is exported, which is one. The second is that we have a vast dichotomy in acreage and yield. It's very interesting to understand that our yields are between 2.8 to 3 tons per hectare in the largest growing area in places like UP, etc. And our yields are 6 to 7 tons in the smallest growing areas in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So the government is cognizant of two challenges, that we have to get more acreage in these states and improve the yields in the other states. So the work is on. In fact, last week we got news that they have apportioned a large amount of money to improve the quality of seeds, and also 22 distilleries have been identified who are going to look at catchment areas around their place to increase the production of corn in that area, supplementing existing crops which may not be needed as a program. So there are many programs which are being worked out. We expect that with, it's a very wrong word, I will not use that word, also with curbs on exports, you're going to get lots of grain coming back into the system, which is actually good for the feed industry, because then your prices of corn in the market will remain more stable. We also are supplementing corn with rice. We use broken rice, and we've done some work on that as well. Currently, your composition of broken rice in the PDS rice is 25%, which is which is actually very high compared to global standards of 5%. So there is some relief going to come in from there, which the feedstock of rice also increasing simultaneously. Yes, we have a feedstock challenge, and I would like to thank you for asking that question, but we are cognizant of it and we are addressing it through various forum and various actions. Yes, sir.
Not a question, but observation. It is DDGS is a high protein. That's true. But for animals, for ruminants, it has a special, effect in the sense that it's a bypass protein. Bypass protein is a high quality protein for ruminants. So you should also always add that it is not only protein, it's a high quality protein for ruminants.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, I should qualify. As you must have realized by now, I'm not technically qualified. So any technical questions to me is like a googly. So please bear with me. Dinesh, sir, Mr. Huda and Mr. Mahajan are the best qualified. You ask me on numbers of where it's going to come for, pricing, etc. I'm the expert. But that's nice, and thank you. Anything else from anyone? Oh, okay. I'm also technologically challenged, as you can see.
The last slide, thank you.
Please feel free. In fact, I'm giving it open to the forum because I know there are users, there are stakeholders here who are going to be working towards making both sides of the... This is my email ID, and I'm looking forward to working with technologies providers, with people with knowledge on DDGS, and create a forum where you've got a market. For example, if you're looking at selling good dryers, good storage systems, etc., we've got 180 suppliers now of ethanol who use grain feedstock. So I am planning to have more smaller webinars sort of a thing, where anybody who's keen to participate will get a captive audience of 140, 150 distillers. And believe me or not, we are extremely serious about DDGS. We are extremely serious about working with partners at an association level and obviously at individual levels to see how we can create a very strong ecosystem. For example, I'll tell you, one of the biggest challenges I have, aflatoxin will address, all that will address, is consistency. We have a challenge in the route to market. All our people are selling it to traders who will take a bad batch, who will take a good batch, who will mix it. They spoil the whole industry. So we're looking at ways and means of correcting that ecosystem as well. I'm not saying traders won't exist, but at least he will sell a standardized product, A grade, B grade, C grade, depending on your requirement. So there's a lot of work happening at the back end on that. But please feel free, my mobile email ID is here. Please write a mail to me and I will see how best we can work together. I'm just an advisor. I have no stake in manufacturing or in selling or anything. But I love this industry, and I've been in this industry for 40 years, so it's passionate for me. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Padi. And Mr. Padi is advisor to All India Distillery Association, and as he himself told that he's working in this industry for more than 3 decades, a professional MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and you can say having a lot of knowledge to all the feed millers in the feed industry. Which I learned it out from these people is that industry from nowhere is going to be around 30,000 to 45,000 crore industry in next 5 years. And they are going to deal with the petroleum. So they are going to be much more stronger and organized and lobbied as compared to the feed industry. So the people in the feed side, they have to be really more vocal, and I believe that much more progressive in terms of accepting the changes which are coming it out. Another very important point which I learned it out, that they will be ready with around 300 crores of liters of ethanol by year 2025. So it means indirectly around 3 to 4 millions of DDGS is going to come up. Thank you so much, Mr. Padi, for this information. But just to tell you, as you said, I'm technically qualified. Thank you, sir. And let me add to that, what we learned in agriculture, that grain has 2 parts, and mainly it's for energy and for the protein. And in feed, whether it's poultry, dairy, or aqua, we have the 2 main kind of grains. Grains mainly for whether it's maize, wheat, or bajra, they're mainly used for energy, whereas the oilseed cakes, they're used more as a source of protein. So eventually from our grains, you are taking energy out and you're giving us again a protein. So it's going to solve little bit a problem of more of in terms of protein, but is actually going to add crisis of energy somewhere. So I also second your point that to solve one problem of petroleum, you're going to add another problem of energy to the animal feed. I'll not take much of the time, and I'll call my second speaker, Dr. Pradeep Mahajan, who is a professional nutritionist, and I believe that he is going to put the point much more organized and you can say structured way to you as well as to all the audience. Dr. Pradeep Mahajan is animal nutritionist with more than 3 decades of experience in India and other countries like Middle East, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Thailand, Vietnam, and many more. Currently, he is working as a freelancer consultant and provide consultancy to leading feed millers and feed additive companies. Over to you, Dr. Pradeep Mahajan. Big round of applause for Dr. Mahajan, please.
Thank you, Dr. Huda, and hope you all will excuse me for my sore throat. If I start coughing, I'm having water here, but please excuse that. As you can observe very easily in the audience today, we have some viral going on. So stay away. Thanks. Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah, so a lot is being discussed about the availability of DDGS, how it is going to go up. And most of the knowledge we have about the word DDGS, fortunately or unfortunately, will come from USA, where it has been a very standardized, uniform product now for nearly 2 decades. I don't expect that to happen in India. And the reason is, number one, very rightfully, the government of India did not want to go into the food versus fuel debate. And therefore, it has defined the policy. I'm sorry. So, to avoid this whole debate and discussion around food versus fuel, the government policy very clearly says that only the damaged and surplus food grain will be diverted for fuel. Now, there is our problem where it starts. We want to know whether it is coming from surplus grains or damaged grains. If they are damaged grains, let us see what will happen. Now, from roughly around 1 ton of corn, we will get around 300, 315 kilos of DDGS. And from 1 ton of rice, maybe around 200 kilos of DDGS. These figures might vary depending on the technology being used, but they're roughly there. And I will request Mr. Padi to change the word aflatoxins and use a much better term, mycotoxins, because we are not dealing only with one single aflatoxin. Yes, it is important. Now we have regulations coming. Now we already have regulation for milk, afla-M1, but that is important for animal and human health both. And just because of this fact, remember, nothing of the the mycotoxins starting from grain are going to ethanol. They're going to get concentrated anywhere from 3 to 5 times in DDGS. And the FCI is not going to sell good quality food grain for ethanol production. It has to be either surplus declared by government or damaged grain. So we have to be careful, and we want to know whether it has come from damaged grains or from surplus grain. But more importantly, which grain? Now, yes, for last few years, most of the DDGs available in India was coming from rice. But I have been observing the industry. I have been a regular visitor to the ethanol plants, grain-based ethanol plants, for last 12, 13 years. And I have actual data from the plants using different grains. They can use corn, rice, sorghum, many other things. The problem is they don't have much control. They don't exert much control on the mix of grain. Whereas to us, while using in feed industry, that matters a lot. Now, remember, the fermentation process being used for ethanol production does not change the protein structure of the starting grain. So obviously then, depending on the grain, we will have different amino acid supply. Now from grain, we are using a product for protein source. So we want to know what kind of amino acids we are going to get. And depending on whether it is from corn or rice, you can see when they are expressed as percentage of protein, the amino acids, different amino acids as percentage of protein remain around the range. They don't change much for the given grain. So if you compare corn DDGS with rice DDGS, then you'll see big differences in different very crucial amino acids. And unless we know what is the source, what is the blending, it will be difficult for us to assume value. Unfortunately, in India, even today, most of the people operate on amino acids basis, but they are all assumed or table values. Actual analysis done is much less. To add to the fact, now whoever is analyzing is using NIR. And when you have blend of grains being used for ethanol production, then I challenge you, give me a good enough NIR calibration equation for predicting amino acid pattern in a given mixed grain. So we must know where the DDGS is coming from, at least what is the mix being used. Unless that happens, we will not be able to utilize full value of the material. Now, if we take and do a theoretical calculation, but most of these are actual figures, you can see from different grain combination, the protein can go from 27 to 51. Now, calling all these by one single name, one single ingredient itself, I don't think it makes sense. The first DDGs I used was from one distillery in Nasik in the 90s. And then we used to get very consistent 27% protein. And now I'm sure many of you are using DDGs coming from broken rice with at least 48%, 45% protein. So we are talking of something which is highly variable. Fortunately, this is a manufactured product. So the variability can be lesser and the information available must improve. Otherwise, we will not be using it to its fullest potential. Now, a big problem, and US industry, US farming industry went through a very big bad patch on the sulfur content of DDGs. They had a lot of cows going blind and then discovering that it is coming from the high sulfur content. Again, fortunately, the variation in sulfur content of DDGs is all coming from the added sulfur. Now, whenever they are using wet milling process, before the milling, the grain is steeped. And in the steeping process, they use SO2 or SO3 to soften the grain. Another source of sulfur can be the H2SO4, sulfuric acid, used for adjusting pH just before fermentation. Both these together can add to a lot of sulfur and can cause us a problem in any species. If it is broiler, in all species you are talking of at least availability of copper if the sulfur goes up, but that is the least of our bother. It can cause polioencephalomalacia in cows just because of the H2S production in rumen and thiamine becoming unavailable in rumen. So the sulfur, unless we know what is the content, I don't think we'll be able to use this product effectively. From the US Grain Council data, US DDGs used to vary from anywhere from 0.6 to 1.8% sulfur. That is a very high variation. And unless we have control over this, we are going to limit the usage of DDGs in feed. Now, as I said, most of this is coming from the added sulfur. So when a batch of DDGs is coming, I must know what is the kind of added sulfur in that batch. And that will make job of a nutritionist much easier. Similarly, the sodium can vary from 0.1 to 0.5. Again, whoever is dealing with broiler feed formulation will know what havoc it can make if it goes from 0.2 to 0.5 without you knowing it. Now, the sources again here, major source is the sodium hydroxide, soda used for cleaning of equipment. The traces, water used for the process can be high in sodium and can incorporate higher sodium. Now, Mr. Pari also mentioned the variation in color being a challenge. This has been a highly debated topic in US. You just Google the term color and DDGs and you will get thousands of pages dealing with the color changes, almost everything telling you that the color does not decide the quality. But I think that is kind of wishing things away. You're wishing Mallard's reaction. Now, when you are heating carbohydrates and protein together, there will be something happening. To me, very simple physical observations tell a very complex chemical story. So a slight color change may or may not be explained today by chemistry. We can be assured that that is reflecting some chemical changes. And the major reason for the variation is almost everybody in the industry uses the bundle tube dryers for drying DDGS. The dryer works on one end the material will enter, the other end dried material will come out with a variable retention time because there is not exactly FIFO happening there. So you will always see some black particles to very dark color material. And these are actual photographs from material being available only from rice, from different sources. But this is not only source. From the same source, batch to batch, you'll see color variation. There are, beyond drying, there are multiple other reasons. All of them count. But to me, organoleptic test is going to be one very important factor in selecting ingredient. And I must know what to call a standard product. Now, after a lot of discussion, the US industry came down to testing ADI-CP or ADI-N, that is acid detergent insoluble crude protein or nitrogen. Whatever it is, and it is not a perfect indicator of the damage done, but still we must have a standard. So whoever, and I see many people who will be involved in BIS standard when it comes to setting a standard, I think we must incorporate something to control the heat damage and to measure the extent of heat damage, and should have some specifications. Now, one more variation which exists outside already, but recently added in India in last few months, some of you would have bought already partially extracted DDGS. So some DDGS, and especially when it is coming from corn, you can have even 8-9% or more oil. And that oil can get extracted. So if the plant is supplying partially extracted or fully extracted DDGS, then what happens to the energy content? Even if I consider a very modest figure of 8,000, 8,100 kilocalories per kilo of the oil present in DDGS, and now it is removed, what am I left with? What is the metabolizable energy I should be considering for my formulation? That will be a big question. The one more bigger headache, which for feed industry, for milk industry already from 2020, it is a rule now. And antibiotic residues, the dairy companies are testing. Fortunately, in India, we don't have tradition of using any antibiotic in cattle feed. But can it come indirectly? Remember, for ethanol production, the production is being done with fermentation by use of yeast. And you are starting with a very variable material coming from field, and there can be contamination of different microbes or wild yeast, which will be unwanted for the efficiency. It has become quite common to use antibiotics to control the fermentation. Now, I'm talking of the US industry. And therefore, from 2008-10, they continuously monitored the antibiotic content in DDGS and ended up having regulation. So US FDA regulates antibiotic in DDGS. As of now, currently, the only antibiotic used, allowed to be used in the fermentation is virginiamycin. In India, what is the situation? Can anyone tell me? Do we have rules? Are we going to have rules? And if we not going to have those rules, how are we going to comply with the regulations for feed? So I think it is a good product. It is going to be available in big quantities. It will be a national waste not to use it. We have to use it judiciously, and we must keep our eyes open, know what we are entering into before we take a decision. Thank you.
Any question? Yeah. Can you pass the mic, please? Yeah.
Hello. Nice that you have data of so many years and the different colors. I've faced that myself because I've been dealing with the product for quite some time now. And do you have data of the aflatoxins of various DDGS, which you have not presented, I think, the aflatoxin?
Yeah, so I have data. I had 500 different samples from India. Unfortunately, I did not include the slide here. It is highly variable. My solution to the problem would be if we start testing the grain, it will be much more easier. And if your next question, pardon me for guessing, there is no AFLA. The AFLA shows up less frequently than the other mycotoxins. I think the biggest data available internationally might be from China, Chinese origin DDGS. But India, we don't have sufficient data to say these are the main mycotoxins to target.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you like to add something?
Yeah, I just like to supplement. Thank you, sir. I think from our perspective, from the distiller's perspective, I could see 2-3 new things which we also need to discuss internally. One is on antibiotics used for...
Pardon me for doing this. This is the first time I did include the slide on antibiotics in my presentation.
No worries.
I did not want to start giving ideas to the industry. But unfortunately, I found out that this is happening also in India. So it is better we all know the problem and deal with the problem. No amount of hiding the problem will solve it.
Yes, and I think that's why I also raised it in the sense that this is the first time I've heard of it. So I'm acknowledging ignorance. The second is in terms of usage of food grain. I just wanted to understand because grain and maize have different processes at the time of milling. So I don't think, and pardon my understanding, that there is any mixing of grain at the beginning. If you are alluding to mixing of grain DDGS, rice DDGS and maize DDGS, then we are talking about post-production. So what we are proposing as an industry is that you will have to make clear distinction of the origin of the DDGS.
That is what is wanted, yes.
Correct, sir. So we have already cognizant of it, and we are trying to make the standards that this is grain DDGS from rice and this is from maize. So that's the second thing. There's another thing which I wanted to understand. When you spoke about oil extraction, is it good to have it or it should be removed?
No, I can't call one thing good or the other.
Okay.
If the oil is removed, the product will be cheaper. Oil will fetch some value. But for a nutritionist, whether he is working for cattle, poultry, or aqua, oil is energy source.
Excellent.
And variation there is going to cause variation in the energy content.
So again, I must confess, I'm not the expert, but when we were having a first internal discussion at a maize to ethanol seminar, which was organized by Government of India in May, which was attended by all equipment manufacturers, we came to a conclusion in that large forum, which was attended by 200 people, that actually in India we do not have the technology to extract oil the way it's extracted in the US, B, the investments required also huge. So I think for the time being, once we do the standards, I think you will get with oil than without oil.
Yeah, I would slightly correct you on one aspect. The plants in west and south, during 11, 12, 13, that time, a lot of grain-based plants were working. And I have been there for continuous 8, 10 hours. And these people wanted to run to the capacity. So while putting the grain for milling, there itself various amount of maize and rice was being mixed. So it was in the origin, the grains were being mixed. We have a plant not more than 100 kilometers from here where that used to happen quite often. I collected the data, again I have the data even today, annual usage of those given plants of different rice versus corn, and month-wise the usage was differing. So our expectation, as you already have said, to have a very standard product identified accurately, then only it can be used properly.
Okay, sir, just to help everybody understand the perspective, we are actually going to be a little lucky because the way the oil companies buy from us now, they have differential pricing for rice and differential pricing for maize. So they have made it mandatory now that certification has to be given of the source of feedstock at the beginning.
That is a good news.
So that's excellent news for us because inadvertently, let me put it that way, it's been put onto our heads that if I produce from rice, I have to get it certified, stock, storing the ethanol in separate tanks, saying this is from rice. So I hope that will to a large extent reduce this. But when you talked about 11, 12 years back, that was the time when potable alcohol was a big consumer. There was no ethanol there.
True, true.
So with the coming of ethanol, maybe certain good strictures have been put into place, which is going to help all of us. So the DDGS we are saying will be separate. It will be maize DDGS or rice DDGS. Yes, I agree with you.
He made a point regarding mixing after.
Okay.
So
no. See, but what is going to happen, sir, they are also not using multi-feed usage at the same time. So when I'm running rice, I will get rice DDGS. So, and you know DDGS, you cannot keep the wet DDGS for a long time. You have to dry it. So, वो process ही define कर लेगा कि आपका dry. जो blending होता है मैं बताता हूँ आपको. Don't get me wrong again. Blending can happen at the factory where some people are blending both. Or it can happen in the route to market from the factory to the trader to the user. So what he has mentioned is extremely important, and I think we're going to make sure that when you sell, you will pack it in bags with specifications saying this is maize DDGS from so-and-so company and have your standards defined. After that, if you are buying mixed containers from the trader, then that's a challenge. But our attempt will be to keep it separate because please understand, pricing is different. Pricing is hugely different. And it is in all our interests to make sure it is kept separate.
Yes, sir. So my name is Viraj. I'm a chairman of a grain-based distillery. So I don't have a question. I just want to add something. You said something about issue of sulfur in the distillery. So I think most of the ethanol plants which are growing right now, they do dry milling, not the wet one. I think wet milling is done only to manufacture glucose. So I believe in the near future, if the ethanol from the grain industry is increasing, then the issue of sulfur won't be that much.
True. So most of the DDGs was, which was available last 2, 3, 4 years was from rice. And there you see dry milling process. That is why I mentioned steeping as the specific process where it is added. When we see a shift of ethanol production from maize, I'm not so sure whether it will remain dry milling or not, whether there will be steeping or not. If there is steeping, by definition, there will be addition of sulfur. So only in wet milling process, before the milling, sulfur gets added. The another source, as I said, is during the pH adjustment. That is much smaller, but it remains a important source. Please remember, sulfur on one side is a nutrient. Our BIS standard mentions minimum sulfur, but on the other side it is a poison. And we have to have limits how much we can use, and knowing how much it is coming from which ingredient is important. Any other? Yeah.
Could you please add with robust probiotic combinations, can we, in a broiler and layer feed formulation, can we go up to 10% DDGS with the present available conditions?
You spoiled your question by saying present available. I would start with the utopia.
Okay, you can remove that part.
So I will start with the utopia, saying perfect quality of DDGs coming from non-damaged grain with not laden with mycotoxins. You can use very easily, not 10, you can go to 15 even. Okay,
thank you.
But trouble is, that is utopia. We have to be practical, and I have given the list of things which we want to consider while using. Those are all limitations. We have to deal with those limitations. Now, one of the limitations, as I said, is mycotoxins. Going to be mycotoxins, and by definition, you are concentrating the mycotoxins in DDGs. Now, whatever is present in grain, 3 times to 5 times will come to DDGs. That is our main problem, I suppose.
My question was more about the bacterial contamination, because we have limited AGPs. So this alternate is robust probiotics.
So forgetting the antibiotic usage inside the fermentation of ethanol, I don't think we get too much of a probiotic activity from DDGs. It is dried. There will be dead yeast present, which is a good value addition, but not as a probiotic effect. Any other question? Please.
Sir, thank you for the presentation. It's a nice thing. I belong to the aquafeed industry. So in this forum, I want to tell that DDGS is the future ingredient. Definitely, if you say our alternative ingredient, DDGS will be the future one. It comes under number 1. But what we have seen the last 2-3 years, the quality of DDGS is not consistent, as Mr. Padhi has told. So it grays from 27% to 45%, sometimes 48, 51 also. And the major challenges what we have seen by screening up so many samples pan-India, that it contains the antibiotics that you have told, that nitrofuran and other metabolites. And the major thing is the non-nitrogen substances like urea. So that is the major challenge. So how do these distillers address that? So if they can address that perfectly, so that could be the real like alternative to other feed ingredients in this scenario.
Good that you brought this out. Again, the challenges of adulteration is very much present in all ingredients, not only DDGS. Fortunately for us, I won't say the ethanol production plant will indulge in such a thing, but I have myself seen the traders going to an extent of arranging, mixing and adultering. Urea is the best thing which happened to you. So at least you could detect. Lot of people have suffered with castor meal being adulterated. And many of them have suffered very badly. Some of them I even today know that they did not know what had happened to their livestock. So adulteration is a problem. That is a problem not only for this material, this being a very highly variable material allows it. So anywhere else, for example, a very narrow band of rapeseed meal or soya, you have 46, 48% protein and suddenly it goes to 52, you'll ask question. Here it is such a wide range that it gives more chance of adulterating with NPN. And that has to be addressed. As a thorough testing procedure, I think it is up to us to incorporate those things. But thank you for bringing that out.
I think we'll move to the next presentation and we'll have another round of, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. And Mr. Padia was saying I was a learned person, but now I realize, no, I need to learn a lot. And I learned from Dr. Mahajan that all DDGS are not DDGS. DDGS means, is it corn DDGS or it's rice DDGS or the mixed DDGS? So there's a good learning. And I hope that Mr. Padi would have got now feedback from the feed industry, what changes has to be made in DDGS manufacturing so that which could be added or improved from the coming time. This was the first part we are talking as a new ingredient or emerging ingredient DDGS. Another thing which we could not discuss till now and are also very interesting topic. And for that, I like to call Anupa Villasamy. She is founder of Kovai BSF, a business strategist in the West Management with end-to-end operational excellency in BSF farming, engineering by profession, and have ventured into black soldier fly farming since 2017 as a sustainable solution for West Management. She has completed Masters in Business Management from Birla Institute of Management, Greater Noida, and with a stint of international business from Rouen Business School, France. So she's going to come and talk about the second most important topic of the day, which is on insect meal. Over to you, ma'am, please. Big round of applause for her, please.
Good evening, one and all present here. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. So we are getting into a new ingredient, feed ingredient, and it is a black soldier fly larvae. Shortly we call it as BSFL. Basically an insect protein, mainly because it is enriched with protein, but equally with fat source also. So I like to discuss, based on my experience being there in this industry for 5 years from the scratch. Is it okay? Thank you. So discussing the present scenario in India especially, what's happening, and also touching upon the world trend that's happening with BSFL, being a sustainable source of feed. So first, let's see why BSFL, why we had to get into BSFL. the main and most important thing is it doesn't compete with any of the feed stock, livestock. Totally BSFL can be grown in waste. Waste here I'm saying, meaning is totally waste, it can't be used to any other way. Unlike Western countries, where most of, like even DDGS is being used for producing BSFL, in Indian scenario, we can look into a complete waste, and that can be used as a substrate for BSFL. So it is not going to compete with any of the in feed, which has already been used. We, in India, we don't actually waste much, right? So already all this distillery waste and the industrial feed, food industrial waste is being utilized in feed. So this could be an alternative to use into processing those food waste and industrial waste, which is completely can't be handled in any other way. Right now, only biogas production is a viability on waste that we are looking into. Primarily, we grow BSFL from vegetable waste, that is totally trash vegetable waste, food waste, even human sewage can be, even manure of animals can be used for producing BSFL. And it is a natural feed for almost all carnivorous and omnivorous animal. It is nothing new. They have been used, their biology system has already been trained to have this ingredient. It is nothing new. Maybe for formulation, this is a new ingredient. It is small and nutritious. I will come up with the nutritious details, but it is small. If you can look into it, it itself is a pellet for some of the species without putting much effort in pelletizing. We can still use BSFL directly. That has also been done. So it is native and safe. People, we are all in feed industry, so definitely we'll know how things are in animal husbandry. We have definitely encountered BSF mainly in poultry. It is naturally present mainly in the tropical area. And safe, it doesn't carry any disease or never considered as pest, because it's there for generations. It never evolved like houseflies or other pest. And it is environmental and sustainable because of the reasons that I have explained. So here, when we look into the nutrition of BSFL, it covers a spectrum of 18 amino acids. You can see the values are quite good in most of the cases, except for 1 or 2 amino acids. This is a sample taken from the farm, from Kobe BSF farm. And the amino acid and the fatty acid profiles. Again, uric acid is one of the saturated fatty acid present in BSFL. I would say, to my knowledge, this is the only non-plant fat which has this high uric acid, mainly contributing to the immunity and general health. It also has omega-6 and 9. Compared to amino acids, fatty acids in BSFL can be engineered from the substrate that we are feeding. So increasing the level of omega-3 is also possible based on the substrate that we use for BSFL growth. So beyond the test reports, I really wanted to emphasize on the practical trial, because being a new ingredient, still, I keep hearing that though the nutritional value as per the test reports is comparative and quite as usual compared to the other ingredients, still BSFL's performance when we go for trial is unmatchable. We still don't know why. Only the trial results are giving that perspective. So more of trials and research need to be done with this ingredient, because it's not done in before, and this is an evolving industry. So what do the test results say? Aqua feed inclusion, 50% of fish meal replacement is possible based on the studies. With improved performance, here improved performance I mean to say on the reduction in the maturation period, improvement in FCRs, taste, color, and on general health in terms of immunity building. In poultry, 15 to 20% in the feed of layers and 100% replacement as an energy source of BSFL is possible. See, all these are based on the trials that has been done, but more need to be studied. So in general, 3 to 4% inclusion for overall health as a supplement is possible, and oil supplement of 2 to 4% in nursery pigs in swine is also showed improved performance. So lot of research and trials is what we require from the BSFL industry's perspective. We definitely require a lot of trials to make this point clear, and also the research, future research, especially on processing, can help us working on the anti-nutritional factors currently existing on the limiting of 15 to 20%. So this can, to my understanding, this can be improved when we started working on the on researching on the anti-nutritional factors that exist. So apart from the nutrition, what are the different thing? What is the differentiator of BSFL, which is making the BSFL as an ingredient standing out? Is the antimicrobial peptides. More than 324 antimicrobial peptides has been classified from insects, and in BSFL alone, 13 for even human application has been worked upon. Again, it's a future research-oriented aspects of BSFL, definitely on improving the immunity against various pathogens like the seriously high viral infections that is affecting the livestock can be worked upon using this antimicrobial peptide. Why? Because the environment in which BSFL is cultivated, it synthesizes these AMPs, and that is getting accumulated in the biomass, which directly goes to the livestock or aqua poultry animals via the feed. So definitely a very workable options, mainly focusing on AMPs. Luric acid I have already mentioned, mainly a great energy source for early, like small chicks and nursing livestock because of easy digestibility and absorbability, highly bioavailable, improves the general health of the animal. Chitin is helping to increase there are works happening in chitin and the progressive derivative of chitin like chitosans and glucosamine. So in probiotic and nutraceutical applications, the chitin application is very possible in future. So the I will come to the point of like frequent question that we face with a new ingredient. First question is like, yeah, okay, everything is okay that you are saying it is nutritious, but do you have the volume to cater to the feed industry, even in India or in the world for that matter? So in feed, when we talk about catering an ingredient to the feed industry, we have to answer to quite a list of parameters like we discussed with DDGS. Again, for quality, to most of the extent, the nutritional wise, the quality of BSFL is really good, but consistent supply, price fluctuations and volume, yes. All these are bigger challenges this insect protein or insect nutrition is facing and need to come up with the solution as it evolves as an industry. So once the market opens up, the volume will also start coming because we have the waste, tons and tons of waste that need to be processed, and BSFL is capable of doing it. We are talking about aflatoxins and other pathogenic reactions also that is in feed, which gets nullified with the BSFL in the gut. So this is a great application to process waste and also in other end help with a high value, high protein ingredient. So can BSFL be a complete replacement of fish or soya meal? Theoretically, as I say, if we work on the anti-nutritional factors, theoretically we can say, yeah, it is possible. But practically and in near future, I would say no. we are looking BSFL as a supplement right now. Even in world trend, by 2030, 10% inclusion as as a replacement of fish meal is what we are looking at. And we are standing at 2/3 of the entire feed protein source is being used from soya. So nowhere, the volume will nowhere match in near future, but definitely looking it as a supplement is feasible. One thing we have to note here is every incremental percentage of the sustainable source that we use, we are augmenting the problem in 2x. Because I think BSFL is like a two-sided sword where we can work on the waste, we are processing waste, and also have a high quality ingredient. So the protein equation, I would say the protein versus price. So it's a repeated question that has been asked to us whether BSFL can be matched with soya price. If at all we have to enter into poultry, need to be used as a source of protein, whether it will be matched to the source of soya, price of soya. I would say it's not even possible because we are talking of two different sources. It's a plant source and versus an animal source with different parameters as such. So, but for fish meal pricing with a BSFL meal, it's already happening. Sterilized fish meal sitting at 143 rupees right now, and the price of BSFL can be sourced less than that right now in this country. So it's already happening. So will BSFL price be below soya in future? Could be possible, but again, quality-wise, the pricing will change. The quality of the insect protein, insect nutrition will also start governing in the market as we progress. So what are the quality factors, where all the quality will vary? I would say from the nature and quality of the substrate. As I already said, from the substrate, to major extent, we can modify the fatty acid profile, and to certain level, or at least from the duration on production cost, duration of BSFL production, quality of substrate matters. So again, it indirectly affects the cost. The second point is on the nutritional content of BSFL itself, based on the substrate again. And post-harvest processing is also one of the major reasons, like which is the process that is being used to bring the meal or oil, that will determine the price and the stage of harvest. So different species of animal require different nutritional level, and larvae as it grows also has different nutrition level over the growing stage. So these are the different parameters, quality-wise or price-wise, things will change, things will vary in future. So to the conclusion, BSFL will be a good feed source, but at present need to be looked upon as a supplement product than generalizing it as a commodity because of its specialized characteristics. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I would like to take up questions if there is any.
Any question?
Madam, I compliment you for this very good topic. In fact, it should be other way around, that the government should be putting a lot of efforts in producing BSF, because we have so much tons of waste, and there is no caretaker for looking after this BSF, and you are doing a fabulous job of converting it into a feed mill. Now, industry should come forward, to purchase and support organizations like yours to doing a good job. So that's my further comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, I'm Sandeep, and this is basically, next thing happening. I think a couple of days back, one of my students, he has already applied for a PhD program in Kenya, where they are using this particular BSFL for, as a livestock feed. In case, basically, as you had said, that you require for the research part, if you feel so, then I can say, vouch on behalf of my university, we are ready for it.
Okay.
We are ready for it, and we can go ahead with it, and we also have enough of waste which we can basically use. We have different type of waste which we can basically use, and we have enough technical people. Also laboratory facilities are there with us, so that we can basically work on together and make this thing available. But I think, is it the strain which you are having from Africa, or you're getting the strain from some other country?
No, sir, it's a natural strain.
As an Indian strain, so that's okay. That's okay, because you know, there were issues related to these type of strains from Mozambique and then Kenya and other countries. So if it's a natural, that
to
means
my
it's from India.
understanding, sir, I had to make this opportunity to clear a point that BSFL at present, maybe different strains are available regionally across the world. If it is fed properly, at the proper nutrition, we can have a good harvest from the existing strain according to the temperature, climatic condition
that
in
one,
that region.
actually, that's what we
So
can
the best
work into
is
it.
to use
The local
regional,
ones, local ones, and within the local ones also you may find variations. So that'll be another thing, and what we can also work into it after the session. We can have a talk, one-to-one talk on it, and
Sure.
we are open for the research.
Thank you, sir. So actually, it's a very short cycle for BSFL. That is one thing that is standing out. I haven't covered the production part or the life cycle of BSFL because focusing on the feed part of BSFL. So it's just 15 days of growth for BSFL. So lead time is shorter compared to the traditional feed ingredient. Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, definitely. Substrate plays an important role. But what I feel, because once Mahajan sir's explanation from the nutrition point of view on variations in the nutritional aspects of feed, for feed ingredient, we have to work upon a lot in BSFL because we have to tackle two things. One is we have to process the waste, which is very regional. And the other thing, we have to give a consistent nutritional supply. So that is a very, very challenging thing to bridge the gap because end of the day, we have to work on the costing also. So it's not bringing in, or transportation wise, we can't work. So it has to be localized, but somehow we have to find a way to give a consistent supply. So that is a big challenge that is presently there because rest all can be addressed. Grow out and BSFL as an animal husbandry or BSFL grow out is possible. It's possible to achieve the volume that is required. Only thing is the feed industry's requirement need to be matched. Standardization in what, sir? For nutritional requirement from the waste, as I told you, we can start doing it, but that will make the end product more expensive. Because in one end, we have to address the waste. We have to process the waste, which is available regionally. If we want to standardize, it will be totally variable. See, we have found out close to 43 sources of waste that is regionally present in India. So when we are looking into BSFL production in regional wise, so these can be of any combination of mixtures that can be fed to BSFL. So there need not be a standard for that. Yeah, it has to have carbs and fats because fat is just converted into fatty acid and carb is what is getting converted, synthesized as a protein in BSFL. But that would be a basic requirement for the substrate. But as a whole picture, we can't specifically say that you definitely require these things, then only we can produce BSFL, then that could be really a costly product in the end. Yes, sir, yeah. We find the saturated fatty acid as a plus than a step to get reduced. May I know like why you want to do that?
Your saturated fat content, and you have to focus on the N3, N6 fatty acid content like linoleic, alpha linoleic, like that. So the major focus, 12% is linoleic is there, 0.8% is alpha linoleic is there.
Yes.
But the lauric acid, what we have mentioned, that is the high content. What is the major challenge for the aqua nutritionists to do so? So is there any methodology in the production of this, after production of this BSFL, making into the drying condition, is there any process, optimized process that they can reduce this saturated fatty acid content and increase or maybe labeled that unsaturated fatty acid content?
See, so in the feed source, we can alter the availability of PUFA, the higher chain fatty acids, by altering or including. See, as I told, omega-3 can be improved. So the percentage of the higher fatty acids can be improved, PUFA level can be improved, but reducing on lauric acid post-harvest processing, we haven't done so far. So that is my experience.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupa. So nice of you. Big round of applause for the lady. She has done an
Thank you so much
extremely
for
good
the
job.
opportunity.
One of the representative from the young generation, I used to tell my colleagues who are in 40s and 50s, look at this generation who is in their 20s and 30s. They'll teach us one day, and it's happening. Big round of applause for Anupa, and all the best wishes for your venture, which we never thought when we were at your age, that people can make money from the flies. That was considered to be something, always a bad thing. And if I'll go and tell it to my mother, she will never believe it, that there's a girl who makes money from the flies. And to continue the same topic, we have another gentleman, enthusiastic, Ankit. Ankit has a great drive towards sustainability, agriculture, and waste management. Ankit Alok Bagaria, along with his co-founder Abhi Gavari, started a company by name Loopworm straight after passing out from IIT Roorkee. He is the CEO of the companies and look after the business development, R&D, and fundraising for the Loopworm. And this is one of the few companies in this sector who has got fundings of to the tune of around $4 million. And big round of applause for Ankit. Ankit, stage is yours.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. I'm Ankit. I'm the co-founder of Loopworm. And we basically get into insect-based products or ingredients for aquaculture and poultry. That is the relevant crowd here. But so just a show of hands, people involved in making feed manufacturers, feed industry people, right? Aqua, poultry, feed, right? Oh. And people into aquaculture, or poultry farming, breeding, those activities. So, one of the key concerns that people have when it comes to feed industry is consistent quality of ingredients, sahi price pe mil jaye, right? Or sahi volumes pe mil jaye, right? So consistency, availability, and cost are the three things that every feed manufacturer is looking for when it comes to ingredients, right? And that is where the problem with insects majorly starts, right? So it's a new ingredient, we have to farm insects. And why insects? Because insects consume a lot of food waste. Nature का जितना गंदा सड़ा है, सब कीड़ा खा लेता है, right? So a lot of these insects basically grow on crop biomass, right? On food processing industry byproducts, and you can use something like a castor cake, right? Poisonous for most of the animal species, right? But you can feed it to an insect, right? Same goes for cassava leaves, right? You can feed it to an insect, right? So there are n number of such biomasses which we waste as a part of our food processing processes, also because they get expired, right? That can be fed to an insect, get it back into the food chain. And that is where this entire concept of insect farming has come up. First from the East, right, Southeast Asia, then basically automated and westernized vertical farmed in the West, right? So Belgian, French, Italian people came in, पूरे को vertical farm बनाया, 24 crates लगा दी, milk crates, एक के ऊपर एक, and ultimately they started doing insect farming in a highly automated manner,
right? That is where the scale started kicking in. But again, the problem was कि insect उगाने में बड़ा खर्चा लग रहा था. And that was one of the major reasons why the waste angle started coming in. So it started getting scaled up with food processing industry byproducts or crop biomasses. And then ultimately like, भाई खर्चा कम करना है क्योंकि feed industry वाले ले नहीं रहे, right? The costing is not viable for the feed industry professionals to basically consume that ingredient. And that is where people started using, municipal solid waste, right? Food processing industry के byproducts को छोड़ के मंडी का waste उठाने लग गए, right? Sanitation waste started coming in. There is no harm with that, right? The problem is with variable waste, there is a variable nutrition in the insect, right? With variable nutrition in the insect, it cannot become a B2B ingredient. A B2B ingredient need consistency, right? Without consistency, something cannot become an ingredient at a large scale, right? Maybe you can send it directly to a farmer, right? So a small scale fish farmer, maybe utilizing some type of variable 10% inclusion insect in the diet works fine, right? Would a feed miller use it? No, right? And that is where consistency in the quality of the ingredient is where the industry is stuck at the right price point, right? And that is what we started solving like 3 years back when we understood the real problem statement, which is what I conveyed it to you just now, that this is what the real problem statement is: consistency at the right price point with scalable volumes, right? And that is where the feed industry would get interested. अब उसमें मेरे पास अच्छा ingredient हो सकता है, खराब ingredient हो सकता है, right? या average ingredient हो सकता है. And that is where my argument is, please do not compare it with soybean. It's much more superior, right? It's much more superior in comparison to soybean, both in terms of amino acid profiles and also in terms of fatty acid profiles, if you look at it, right? Once the fats and the proteins are extracted, just like you do it with fish meal and fish oils, right? Or even in comparison to krill meals and squid meals, and I'll show you the comparisons, right? So it's much more than soybean meal. And where Sir left, right? Dr. Padi left. Supply is not a problem for them. Actually, supply is a problem for us. It's a specialty ingredient. We cannot reach 100 million tons of these ingredients. Globally, सबको भी मिला दो, 2000 loop pump को डाल दो, we won't be able to reach that level. But what can be done is these ingredients can be leveraged in a small quantity, right? For the functional benefits, for the chemoattractant properties, for the palatability benefits. Whenever you feel like coming to Bangalore and visiting our factory, you won't be able to stand there for 2 hours straight without a head pain, right? Because the smell is so strong, right, in our factory. And we process 120 tons of insects a month, right? So the smell is so strong, right? There would be palatant properties in it, right? So a small inclusion is where we should start. We should not target 10%, 15%, 20% inclusion levels, because even if it works, it is not sustainable. We won't be able to give you those volumes, right? So the logical part is replace 2, 3, 4%, maybe get into 0.5%, 1%. Nobody's talking about 20% of krill meal, right? Krill meal is very superior. Everybody knows it. Phospholipids, EPA, DHAs, right? Superior amino acid profiles. But nobody's putting 20% of krill meal, right? Everybody's putting 2% of krill meal in the shrimp diets, right? Because we have given it that functional ingredient value. And we feel that insect ingredients, like because of the volume constraints that we have, and that is going to take some time to get bridged, right? It's a very nascent industry, like fairly new for the entire world, right? In terms of the scales that we are going to talk about. And that is going to take some time. So this ingredient becoming a commodity is like 20 years away, right? But does the industry need it, and can the industry utilize it? I feel it's yes, right? The industry can definitely utilize it if we utilize it the right way, right? Which is by using the functionalities, understanding the biomolecules which it has, right? And yes, then the pricing, the consistency, the volumes would start making sense, right? So with this, I'll start my presentation. So we are a biotechnology startup. We don't do insect-based feed ingredients. That's not our game, right? We also want to make insulin-like proteins with the help of insect biofactories, right? So animal-based ingredients is just our starting thing because it's a volume-based thing. It's easier to get into. Insects are the natural food for fish and birds, right? So it's very intuitive that we get into that market, right? We establish a base market and then move and build on top of it. The next stage of R&D that we are currently doing is plant-based ingredients, like plant nutrition products, which is basically plant biostimulants, cosmetics ingredients, and certain nutraceutical biomolecules, which is currently under R&D, right? So we don't call ourselves an animal feed ingredient company. We are a biotech company. It's my co-founder, it's me. I did chemical engineering. He's an electrical engineer. And we are into entomology and biotech. Pretty weird, but if you look at it very closely, it was an engineering problem statement, right? The moment you fix the science, the entomology is known, the science is known, it becomes an engineering problem statement because a lot of scaling, a lot of machinery building has to be kicked in, and where we excelled, where we actually worked it out. If you look at it, why insect-based ingredients? And that is where I've not shown soybean curves here, right? So I'm not much concerned about the plant-based ingredients. The DDGS is also trying to solve it, right? What we are majorly concerned, and that is in the aquaculture industry, is the limited quantities of fish meal available, right? Now, if you want to include 24% of fish meal in your shrimp diets, right, on an average, right, where is that fish meal going to come from? If, say, for example, the value has stagnated, the capture production of fish has stagnated, whereas the aquaculture production, which is farmed fisheries, is growing in at a consistent rate. So that gap that you are seeing has to be bridged by some other ingredient which can fill in or replace fish meal at those 0.5 to 1% decrement levels that fish meal is experiencing year by year. So every year, there is a deficit of 0.5 to 1% of fish meal which is getting created. Now that deficit has to be bridged by some other ingredient, or we find some plant-based ingredient to replace it. And that is where this comes in. So why produce insects? They grow rapidly, 10,000 times in a span of 20 days, right? They are cold-blooded, so requires less energy, but the major point is food waste kha lete hain. Now, when I say food waste, I don't see the dustbin image in front of me. What I see is the food processing byproducts that a lot of these industries are producing in bulk quantities, which can be leveraged to grow insects. Right? Insects in general have 30 to 70% proteins, depends on the insect species. And like Dr. Mahajan mentioned, right? You cannot compare all the ingredients and call it insect protein, right? There are different species, so each one would have a different kind of profile, each one would have different benefits. Please don't call a silkworm, a mealworm, a black soldier fly larvae all insects, right? Because a rice, a wheat, a maize, is not same, right? At the end of the day, these are different sources, so different nutrients. So it has to be classified differently. And at the same time, again, what he mentioned was the processing, right? If you roast it, if you use wet milling or dry milling, right? So that is the analogy that I am using, where different processes on the same insect species as well. The way you grow them, the way you process them is going to change their nutritional profile and usage. So again, standardization in this industry is going to become even bigger challenge because insects can consume a lot of feedstock, right? And since they can consume a lot of feedstock, the standardization is again becoming a problem, right? You cannot standardize something which cannot control, right? And if you cannot control it, so the point is, how do you standardize it? And that is where we did 3 years of black soldier fly larvae, a lot of it, a lot of research, worked on 60 types of waste with 20,000 experiments done, right? And to address your question, sir, we have standardized the feedstock for black soldier fly larvae. Any food waste, 2 months, we can standardize it, right? So based on the carbon to nitrogen ratios, pH values, protein, carbs, fiber requirements, the essentials and the non-essentials, we have worked out that equation. That works beautifully for us, but still, we do silkworms much more than we do black soldier flies. And again, coming back to what the feed industry is facing, consistency in quality. Silkworm only consumes one type of food, which is mulberry leaves, right? So since it consumes just mulberry leaves, getting that consistency in quality is possible, right? And if you look at it, these are the product samples, right? Very much like your chicken meal and stuff. But if you compare between silkworm and BSF, and currently we are doing 100 tons of silkworm and 20 tons of BSF, right? So there's no down marketing advantage for me here. There's a clear advantage that you can see in comparing both the insects. This is the full fat dried insect profile, right? The crude protein 54 versus, and this is our material 35. It can become 45, 30, it can become 50, 30, it can become 50, 25, right? Because BSF eats a number of stuff. Every manufacturer will give you a different profile, right? 54, 34 is what we get with silkworms. One of the things that you should note here is just add the proteins and the fats. It's 88% dry matter that we are talking about, right? So there's a very little content of ash, there's a very little content of fiber, and one thing that insects are often questioned about is the chitin that they have, right? So chitin is both good and bad. In the right quantities, it acts as a good gut microbiota promoter, right? Immunity booster, right? But with higher quantities, it reduces the digestibility, right? Now 10% or 8% in BSF versus 3% in silkworms works in favor of silkworms, right? Which gives the right quantities, but not too much. And that is where if you do the PDCAS values of silkworm pupae, it's 89%, right? Whereas for BSF, it would be anywhere between 76%. Protein digestibility assay tests, basically 89 versus 76, huge difference there. And the energy basically depends on a lot of fats, right? So if you look at it from the proximate perspective, silkworm works, and at the same time, if you look at it, it's consistent in quality because it's a monophagous species, eats only mulberry leaves. If you look at the fatty acid profiles, right, and again to address, so your question regarding fish, right, so the fatty acid profiles change from insect to insect. And if you look at the fatty acid profiles here for silkworm versus BSF, now BSF fatty acid profiles can work excellently for cosmetic industry, right? Why get into the feed industry when you can push it into the cosmetics industry? Because it has coconut oil-like properties, right? If you look at the fatty acid profiles for BSF, and coconut oil or the cosmetics industry can give us much more value in comparison to the animal feed industry. So if I am doing BSF, I won't even bother looking into the animal feed industry. Rather, cosmetics is the way to go, right? If you look at the silkworm pupa profile, right, it starts with C16, palmitic acid, right, and goes beyond. So it's basically palmitic acid, a lot of oleic acid, stearic acid. So basically omega-3s, omega-6s, omega-9s, right? So the total amount of unsaturated fatty acids, mono and poly, both included, would be around 70%, right? Excellent product, right, for the animal feed industry, 16 and below, right? And if you combine both of them, right, say for example, if you look like involving small quantities of silkworm pupae, maybe full fat, right, you're getting the benefits of both. You like the amino acids, like, and I'll show you the amino acids as well. So you like the fatty acids, the proximates is good, right? The digestibility values would be higher, what I'm considering, so if you look at a lot of these values regarding silkworm pupa, with the inclusion levels, with the research papers which have been published since the last 20, 30 years, is 25%, 50%, 75%, 100% inclusion levels, right? 10 लीटर के बाल्टी में 25 लीटर पानी भरने की कोशिश करेंगे तो 15 लीटर वेस्ट ही होगा. Ultimately, we have to get into the fact that उससे कम में भी काम चल सकता है. Now, if you look at the research, recent researches, 7.5% silkworms in shrimps gave almost up to 17% productivity boosts. Now, that was in other country. We have to do our own testings. But yes, if it works, because there the silkworm also eats mulberry leaves. It is not going to eat something else. So वो 54-34 का 56-32 हो जाएगा, 50-30 हो जाएगा, but it's not going to change enough, right? Significantly. And at the same time, if you look at Asian sea bass, right, good results, pomfret, pomphanos, trout, people have tried koi fish, right, excellent results. People have also tried layer and broiler poultry, both smaller quantity inclusions, it works. A few of them have tried dipping the feed, the normal grain-based feed, in a little bit of silkworm oil, right, and that gave them some kind of palatability benefits, right? But yes, everything needs to be checked. And that is where I second what Anuva mentioned, right? That a lot of research is still needed, right, in this industry, where we need to do different kind of trials, different inclusion levels, and do a holistic test, right? Not just look at one parameter, but we look at the quality of the meat, the quality of the egg, the other parameters as well, the overall health, maybe immunity benefits, maybe mortality dips, right? Not just the FCR values. Yes, I understand that it is the most important thing for the industry, but it has to be looked upon from a holistic point so that we can connect the dots, right? In the morning, we discussed a lot about data-driven approaches. So data-driven approaches has to be when it basically is collected in a very holistic approach. Now, if you compare it with, say, the 4 common ingredients in aquaculture, which is fish meal, chola meal, krill meal, and squid meal, and this I have got from one of the larger aquaculture feed manufacturers, shrimp feed manufacturers, right? And this is all from the same lab, right? These are the 3 grades that we have when it comes to partial defatting of the silkworm pupa that we do, right? If you compare the profiles, you would see that on the macro level, the profile fits in any of these. And if you look at the inclusion levels, right, we have to determine the inclusion levels for the different growth stages, maybe for shrimps or the other carnivorous or omnivorous fishes. So what we are proposing is basically functional ingredients based out of insects so that we can get up to 20% productivity in shrimps, fish, poultry. Maybe use the antimicrobial peptides that Anuva was discussing about to replace our antibiotics. I don't know how it is going to happen, or I have to discuss more with the experts here. If we can, replace the antibiotics with antimicrobial peptides. At the same time, remove our problem of fish meal, right? So fish meal getting reduced, aquaculture increasing, where are we going to get the ingredients from, right? What we do is, our model is very different when it comes to insect farming. So we developed the entire thing ourselves, and now we are approaching it in a very integrated broiler poultry-like model, where we give the expertise, the feeds, the medicines to the people who are going to do insect farming for us. And once they do insect farming, we buy back from them and process it. And that is where the scales are kicking in, right? So everywhere across the world, people have tried captive systems, right? Animal agriculture in its truest sense, including insect agriculture, has only worked in decentralized systems, like in larger scales, right? People who are making the feeds, people who are growing the chicken, people who are processing the chicken and exporting them are different people, right? Or they have vertically integrated it, but they still have different verticals. And that is how Tyson Foods 1940 integrated broiler poultry evolved, right? Australia, a lot of dairy is that way, where people who are making and processing the milk are different, right? And that is how insect agriculture can also evolve, right? Where producers, the farmers are different, the processors and the sellers are different, so that the farmers can feel free to improve or increase their scales, right? Now, if we are sitting at a capacity to process 500 tons, people who are producing insects can feel free and give it to me, right? They need not feel the pain of selling or getting into the market or preserving their product. The moment they make it, dry it, sell it, right? And that is how the gaps would get addressed and the volumes would come in, right? Multiple players joining hands, right? A few on the processing and the sales side, a few on the farming side. Not everybody can crack everything. So this is how it looks like. We get the waste from different food processing industries or byproducts or crop byproducts, comes to a hub where we convert it into a feedstock for the insects, get the breeding done for the insect eggs, give it to decentralized units for insect farming, and get the whole dried insects and the frass back from them, right? And then their headache is over. Now it's our headache to do whatever we want with those dried insects and the frass. And this is how we feel that the entire scales would kick in, right? So how can, and the topic was evolving ingredients, DDGS and insect meal, how can it become mainstream, right? Not all insects are the same. This is what I mentioned, right? So we should not treat them as the same. And the processes to treat them are also different, right? So either we standardize the processes, right? Which is again very difficult to do because there is a lot of novelty in how you process something. But at the same time, doing those trials is going to help us establish a lot of these data points that is going to help the industry to use it or consider it as a functional ingredient instead of a replacement commodity. Research paper has incomplete information, right? I mentioned we have to do our own trials and holistically. We need to collaborate, like the feed industry, the research, like the academia, and the people who are making insect-based products have to collaborate, right? And maybe, and this I've experienced, I don't know why this happens. A lot of feed industry that we have given our material to, we don't get any data back. No feedbacks, right? It's either a yes or a no and a negotiation on the rates. How do we improve, right? We are not soya bean players, right? We are not a 100-year industry. So we need data points to work and use it as a feedback loop, right? So that we can improve further, we can make more products, right? We can understand what your pain points are, right? And then go back to the drawing board and build a better product. So, and again, feasible pricing will come with scale. So what I would request, people to do is, don't buy, just try, right? So try it in a way that you are comfortable with, right? Maybe share data with us, right? It would help us get those insights, right? So that we can build and improve the product better, right? In a better way. And we can all join hands and just try, right? Is what I'm trying to request here. And once the scales come in, the prices automatically would kick in so that it would make sense for you all. And ultimately the processing is very important, is what I wanted to focus. So not all manufacturers would be the same, not everybody would use the right processes, right? So it is important that we consider all of these parameters first before judging one insect-based ingredient to another insect-based ingredient. Yeah, thank you. Questions, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the nice presentation, and it's very interesting to know that the engineering guys are coming into this particular field. It's really, really, I appreciate it. So one thing which I have basically, I am more interested in the black soldier fly.
Okay.
The reason why I'm saying it is basically I want to convert my waste into something, whatever it is. The problem I understand with the silkworm, I understand it, but the thing is I don't have the material.
I have the material.
Material means the leaves.
Okay.
If I don't have the leaves,
Yeah.
I cannot use it throughout the year.
No, that's fine.
So that's the reason why I can go is I am basically interested in the black soldier flies, and that's the reason. And when it comes to the pricing part, see, silkworm has its own industry.
True.
You have another industry. Where is the price matching in both of them? Means while the farmer interested to give you the larvas, rather than giving it the whole cocoon to the silk industry. That's where
so like where I come from is after the silk has been removed.
After the silk, that means where you are basically the silk has been removed, the dead thing
The
you are
pupa?
taking it.
Yeah.
That thing you are taking it.
So
okay,
the
that
problem
makes
in the
sense.
industry is, so wherever you'll find silkworm research happening with the pupa, you'll get decomposed pupa being utilized in the research. So our problem statement was majorly the reverse logistics of the pupa from the 70,000 reelers in the 100-kilometer vicinity of Bangalore, right, back to us, right, in the right way. Because if you look at the profiles, you won't get a 54-34 with the decomposed pupa, you'll get a 48-25, right, the protein and the fat, right, would be around 48-27, 48-25 is what you'll get. No alpha-linoleic acids, no omega-6s, it will all get decomposed, right? So, like, ultimately you have, like, we had to convince the reelers to store it in a certain way, to give it to us in a certain way, to our aggregators, so that we get it in the best quality possible to our unit, and we collect twice a day. So that actually reduces the entire damage that the product was experiencing with 3 days of decomposition. Right, so that actually changes the entire game. All the data of the previous silkworm pupa data that we have, and the data that I'm now talking to get and procure, is basically on 2 separate ingredients. Yes, sir.
My question was, okay, in backyard poultry also chickens feed on these kind of insects and larvae and all that, isn't it? My question is there any chance of transmitting any disease through this insect feed?
Like, we have not come across something of that sort. Nothing has been reported as of now yet, right? We never know. So I'll take a neutral stance here, sir. Like, because something happens, right? Like, it naturally has a lot of these defense mechanisms. Like, so at the insect level itself, a lot of pathogen gets removed. Like, if you look at the toxin contamination and our microbial load studies as well, right, there is hardly anything in terms of the toxins, the heavy metals, and the microbial loads that we have in both. And so we do silkworm. That is there with BSF, sir.
Has a heavy metal load.
Yeah.
Leaf will automatically have it. And if the leaf has it, your worms will also have it. So heavy metals, don't touch that. That's a different game altogether.
I understand, sir. But like, just to correct you there, sir, silkworms are very sensitive insects, right? And like, if there is a very heavy metal load, right, the growth is restricted. Yeah, it's coming from the leaf, sir. Yep. Okay. But I don't agree with you, sir. I'll agree with you. I'll accept what you are saying, but I don't agree with you. Even I have the data, sir. How much data do you have, sir?
I have the copper, I have with zinc.
No,
I have,
sir,
these
like,
are the
one
heavy
point
metals.
is you're adding copper
No,
sulfate to the soil, right? And then doing the trials and getting
it's
the
not,
copper
it's
in
coming, my dear, it is, these ingredients, heavy metal, are there in the soil altogether, from the industrial waste, from the anthropological waste, and these are there. And these will automatically be there. Just listen to me and understand it.
Yep. And like, let me, sir. So what happens is, so a couple of acres of mulberry would basically give you 200 kgs of pupa a month, right? Now, even if you have that in the entire industrial belt, I'm talking about 100 tons of dried silkworm pupa here, right? So 100 tons of dried silkworm pupa basically means 400 tons of live silkworm pupa. Now 400,000 kgs of live silkworm pupa divided by 200 kgs, right? So 400,000 divided by 200 is basically 4,000 divided by 2, 2,000 such units, right? The law of average applies, right? So you can do the trials in a small farm, and I totally agree that it will come, right? It will come, but the amount, the aggregate, right? That depends, sir. But the entire thing is getting processed in one go. I agree, sir. I agree. But your location would be a few hundred acres. Exactly, sir. It is not going to change the nutritional profile of 200 tons.
I think it will be good. You have one-to-one interaction during tea time because you'll get a lot of, you can say, this thing. I think Anupa from the same subject like to add something. Yeah, she'd like to add something. Anupa, please.
So as far as the heavy metals are concerned, BSFL, I'm not talking about silkworm totally, BSFL is known and already research has been done that it is a good bioremediation media. So as far as heavy metal accumulation in insect of BSF, it is rectified by BSFL itself. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, too much of knowledge sometime. Yes. The forum agrees that both of you are right. Okay. And our learning from the whole discussion is that DDGS, yes, it's available, but the issue is in terms of quality and consistency of the quality. Insect meal is extremely good nutrient, or I'll say functional meal, but the issue is in terms of availability and the prices. So these two things has to be matched and come forward on that side. We are running short of time. I'll not take much of the time, and I'd like to call Dr. Dinesh Bhosle, ex-chairman of CLEFMA and a nutritionist, to come on the stage and conclude the session. Dr. Bhosle, please.
एक काम करते हैं, मैं ज़्यादा कुछ बोलूँगा नहीं. गणेश सर यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं. विल ऑनर ऑल आवर स्पीकर्स, विल रिक्वेस्ट हिम. एंड मैं सिर्फ 2-3 मिनट लूँगा आप लोगों के, क्योंकि पिछले 25 साल से बोल रहा हूँ, तो इसलिए आज कम बोलूँगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. मैं 27 साल का था व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड प्रमोटिंग सोयाबीन मिल इन एनिमल फीड. 97 में ग्राउंडनट मिल और फिश मिल, ये अमिताभ बच्चन थे पोल्ट्री फीड के. बिना फिश मिल के, बिना ग्राउंडनट मिल के पोल्ट्री फीड नहीं बनता था. तब मैंने सोयाबीन मिल प्रमोट करना चालू किया था, और तब ये सारे क्वेश्चंस आते जो आज हम लोग डीडीजीएस के लिए पूछ रहे हैं या इंसेट की मिल के लिए पूछ रहे हैं. लोग कहते थे सोयाबीन मिल महंगा है, लोग कहते थे इसमें एंटी न्यूट्रिशनल फैक्टर है. अमीनो एसिड की तो तब बात बहुत कम होती थी, लेकिन अफ्लाटॉक्सिन की बात तब हमने करना शुरू की थी. यानी ग्राउंडनट में जो अफ्लाटॉक्सिन था वो लिमिटिंग फैक्टर था ग्राउंडनट के लिए. और बेसिक क्या है, आज हम लोग 40 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन एनिमल फीड बना रहे हैं, और आने वाले 5 साल में हमको 80 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन एनिमल फीड बनाना पड़ेगा. और इसके लिए हमको रॉ मटेरियल चाहिए. एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ग्रो हो रहा है 2 से 3%, और एनिमल फीड सेक्टर ग्रो हो रहा है 7 to 8%. रॉ मटेरियल आएगा कहाँ से? तो शॉर्ट टर्म में हमको यील्ड बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, शॉर्ट टर्म में हमको इंपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. और नए नए इंडस्ट्रीज आ रहे हैं इथेनॉल जैसे, जो हमारे साथ में कंपटीशन करेंगे. ठीक है, वो डीडीजीएस दे रहे, लेकिन 15 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन मक्का ले लेंगे, उसके बाद 5 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन डीडीजीएस देंगे, तो 10 मिलियन का क्या करेंगे शॉर्टेज का? तो लेकिन क्या है, देखिए जीना तो पड़ेगा, हमें कार भी चलानी है, तो हम पोल्ट्री फीड की फैक्ट्री भी चलानी है, तो चिकन भी खाना है, अंडा भी खाना है, दूध भी खाना है, तो हमको सबको साथ में ही जीना पड़ेगा और साथ में काम करते हैं। अच्छी बात क्या है, देखिए स्टार्टअप, मैं बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप कंपनीज को मेंटर करता हूं, और अच्छी बात क्या है, देखिए इंजीनियर या जो वेटनरी के ग्रेजुएट्स बैठे हुए, मैं उनको कह रहा हूं कि लाइवस्टॉक फील्ड में जितनी स्टार्टअप आज की डेट में चल रही है, 80% आर इंजीनियर्स, 80% आर इंजीनियर्स, ओनली 20% आर एग्रीकल्चर और एनिमल हस्बेंड्री ग्रेजुएट्स. So I will encourage students of veterinary and agriculture colleges to come forward and do the startups. आज हमारे बीच में श्री गणेश देशपांडे आए हुए, डिप्टी कमिश्नर एनिमल हस्बेंड्री महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट. मैं उनको कहूँगा कि सर आइए और हमारे सारे पैनलिस्ट को आज आप मोमेंटो देके सत्कार कीजिए. आइए. सबसे पहले आज के हमारे जो स्पीकर थे संजीत पादी. नमस्कार. नमस्कार.
Request you to facilitate Ganesh sir. आ जाइए.
सत्कार कर दीजिए सर. आइए वल्ली सर. वल्ली सर बहुत बड़े साइंटिस्ट है, बाईपास प्रोटीन के ऊपर बहुत अच्छा काम किया हुआ है, हमारे गुरुजी है. तो आज वो गणेश सर का सत्कार करेंगे.